I recently had a doorbell camera installed after a string of package robberies and burglaries occurred in my town. Since I received packages fairly often, and my house was on a secluded road with almost half a mile between each neighbor, it seemed like a worthwhile investment for the security of my property. I've seen videos of strange occurrences that people's doorbell cameras have captured, but never thought I'd be subjected to anything remotely similar to those compilations I've watched, let alone what would ultimately transpire. I could control my camera and doorbell settings, along with view surveillance footage through the app that also notified me whenever I received a visitor. The doorbell camera detected movement up to the edge of my front yard and sent notifications if any activity continued longer than 10 seconds. The doorbell camera served its intended purpose over the first few weeks, recording a handful of deliveries I received, the mailman's daily visits, and whenever I entered or exited my house through the front door. The notifications got annoying sometimes, but the peace of mind it gave, allowing me to see who was outside my house before opening the door, made it completely worthwhile. It wasn't until about 3 or 4 months after installing the doorbell camera that I received my first anomaly. I woke up one morning to find a notification from the doorbell camera, which occurred at 1:26 a.m. I would have been awoken by the doorbell if whoever was out there had rung it, and initially assumed the camera had just detected someone walking their dog, or maybe going on a late-night run moving past my house. Although I live in a rural area and have woods across the street from my house, people occasionally stroll by. But this was the first time I received a notification this late. Intrigued, I opened the app to review the doorbell camera's footage. The infrared vision picked up the figure of a person with long light hair slowly walking along the edge of my front yard. The person was too far away for me to make out any additional details, but I could tell it was a woman who stared directly ahead of her as she walked. She moved noticeably slow, pausing every 2 to 3 seconds before taking her next step, which were more so stiff twitch-like shuffles. At one point, she remained completely motionless for so long I thought the app had frozen, until I caught the reflections of a few bugs darting across the camera. 3 minutes into the video, the woman was no more than a fifth across the section of the street in front of my house. My eyes widened when I glanced at the video's time, which read 23 minutes and 48 seconds. I was already getting unsettled by the footage and slowly dragged my finger across the track to expedite the video. It appeared to just show the woman slowly making her way down the street, never changing her posture or facing my house, and taking those slow, sluggish steps. I was relieved when she finally stepped out of the camera's view, but I was left with a deep chill, sensing something about her just wasn't right. Thinking it was a one-time instance, I deleted and eventually forgot about the clip. 4 days later, I woke up to another notification occurring at the same time, 1:26 a.m. This video started out like the first, with a woman walking down the street at a snail's pace. A nodding, sinking feeling formed in my stomach upon realizing it was the same woman. Looking down at the video's length, it read 15 minutes and 20 seconds. This time, I watched the whole video. The woman crept down the street in front of my house at an anxiously unnaturally slow pace, maintaining the same posture and direction she faced. It wasn't until the 8-minute mark when her movements changed. After nudging herself forward about a foot, she stood perfectly still for about 10 or 15 seconds before pivoting 90 degrees to her right and facing my house. Sharp chills ran down my spine as I continued watching. After 2 or 3 minutes, the screen flickered and she reappeared standing in the middle of my lawn, before the screen flickered a second time and she returned to my front yard's edge. I couldn't make out any of her facial details, but noticed she was wearing a light-colored gown, which was arguably appropriate for this time of the year, mid-spring. The most disturbing part about this particular video was how the footage ended. It literally went black as the woman continued facing my house, never showing her leave, I tried to downplay it to reasons like a malfunction and started questioning the doorbell camera's functional integrity. I briefly considered uninstalling the camera, but didn't want to because of these two videos, which merely showed me something that made me uneasy. After all, this was the doorbell camera's purpose, to document any movement on or alongside my property. Then came the third video. It happened over a week after the last one. I woke up later than usual that morning and rushed out of the house so I could get to work on time. When I opened the front door, however, I released a semi-hysterical shriek and stumbled back in my house. The area of my front porch around the door contained large patches of bloody smears and splatter marks, small chunks of skin and what appeared to be red fleshy meat, along with the set of red bloody footprints that started at my front door and moved down the stairs before disappearing on my lawn. I was about to call the police when I got a notification from the doorbell camera's app. I felt nauseous upon reading the time, 1:26 a.m., and struggled to control my trembling hands as I reluctantly played the accompanying footage. The video started just like the other two, with the same light-haired woman walking down the street in front of my house, at that painstakingly lethargic snail-like pace. I noticed this video was considerably shorter, lasting only 8 minutes and 9 seconds. The woman crept about a quarter way across my yard before abruptly facing my house. I grew queasy when she did this, getting swiftly consumed by a smothering sense of dread. She stood motionlessly for about a minute before she began moving forward towards my house. My heart started racing as she made these slow, appropriate strides, zeroing in on my front porch and appearing to lock eyes on the doorbell camera. I was about to stop watching and delete the footage until the woman came close enough where I started making out her physical details. She seemed no taller than 5'9", was noticeably frail, and looked to be in her early 30s. Her skin was wrinkled and blotchy, looking like she hadn't bathed in days and endured constant exposure to the elements. The black and white infrared made it difficult to accurately determine, but the woman's hair looked blonde or bright red. Her hair was bristled and knotty, complementing the light blue or gray gown she wore, which was littered with wrinkles, tears, and stains of different tones and shapes. Her small round face looked withered and thin, like it aged significantly more than the rest of her body. Her sunken eyes were surrounded by darkened circles and contained a sinister yet blank, emotionless expression, almost giving off somewhat of a dismal aura. Feeling like she was physically walking up to me as I watched the footage, my whole body shook while the woman walked across my front lawn. I gasped when she reached the foot of my front porch and noticed she was holding something in her left hand, a large knife. Unable to look away from my phone, the footage showed her ascend my front porch, one step at a time, firmly planting both feet on each step before moving on to the next one. When the woman finally stepped onto my front porch, she stood close enough where she was only 2 or 3 steps away from the front door, but far enough where her entire body was within the camera's frame. I still get squeamish whenever I think about the next part of that video. At first, the woman didn't move from her spot and lightly swayed in somewhat of a circular motion. She was staring directly into the camera and appeared to be subtly mumbling something the audio couldn't capture. This continued for another minute to a minute and a half. My heart leaped when she slowly lifted the knife, pressed the tip into her forehead, and slowly dragged it down her face. My widened, fear-stricken eyes watched in sheer terror and disbelief as the blade sliced open her skin, blood instantly streaking down the woman's face and onto her gown. The knife's tip appeared to sink nearly an inch into her skin when it finally halted at her chin, after which she pulled it out, pressed it against another part of her forehead, and repeated the same motion, seemingly totally unaffected by her self-mutilation. The woman continued staring blankly into the camera, her second cut slicing deeper than the first. She repeated this process 5 times in total. until she brandished 5 deep linear slices that practically obscured the rest of her facial features. At this point, I was so frightened by the footage that tears were streaking down my eyes, and I fought with every urge in my body to abstain from succumbing to an outright panic attack. After slicing up her face, she took the knife and in 2 swift motions, stuck the blades 1 to 2 inches in each of her eye sockets, gouging both of them out and shaking them off the blade. I grimaced upon hearing that sickly plop-like sound each eye made when it smacked against the floor, having no time to appropriately act as the woman proceeded to start mutilating the rest of her face, like she was cutting fat off a chicken breast. My nausea peaked, and I was becoming extremely lightheaded, convinced I was seconds away from passing out, until she finally lowered the knife at her side and stood motionlessly, her empty bloodied eye socket still appearing to stare right at the camera. I was now staring at a mangled semi-featureless hunk of meat that barely resembled a human face. Blood continued spilling from the gashes this woman carved out, her face and the top of her gown completely soaked in red, with streaks running down the rest of her top. She didn't move for another minute before her blood-soaked lips parted slightly and emitted a gargled growl-like croak. I gasped upon hearing the deeply unsettling noise she released, after which the woman slowly pivoted, walked off my front porch, across the yard, and down the street like nothing even happened. The footage stopped soon after she was out of view, after which I hastily dropped my phone, like it was a red-hot ember, and scrambled away from the front door. I contacted the police, who assessed the scene and footage. While the investigators seemed unsettled, she showed no empathy whatsoever and said there wasn't much they could do as of right now, but would reach out with any updates. They did give me the contact information to a cleanup crew that would expunge the bloody mess on my front porch, who I called to set up an appointment. The police gave me no peace of mind, and I booked myself a room for a couple of nights, having no desire to be anywhere near my house until the cleanup crew arrived. Despite everything that happened, I decided to keep the doorbell camera, figuring it was still better to know what lurked outside that I couldn't physically see. The incident did make me utterly terrified of checking my phone, fearing I would wake up to another 1:26 a.m. notification. The cleaning crew did their job without incident, which I was very satisfied with, since they left no trace of the morbid scene I nearly walked into that fateful morning. Days turned into weeks, and although I managed to get on with my life, that looming dread tied to the incident stuck with me. I was always hit with a bout of anxiety and nausea every time I received any kind of notification, especially from the doorbell camera, regardless of the time. I started leaving my phone at home and would sometimes go for days without checking it. It took at least a month of nothing happening, and me working up the courage to finally delete the footage before gaining any sense of normalcy, despite the newfound phobia surrounding my phone. The police, who I'm now certain thought I staged the whole ordeal, never followed up with any pertinent developments, and I refrained from telling anyone about this video, unsure of how people would react to such a morbid account. About 6 weeks after the last video, I returned home late one night from a friend's house. I left my phone charging at home, but noted it was nearly 4 in the morning when I pulled into my driveway, intending on having a quick snack before going to bed. I went straight into the kitchen upon entering my house, which was where I left my phone. While preparing some food, I caught my phone's screen lighting up in the corner of my eye. Detaching it from the charger, I scrolled through the notifications I had, which consisted of a few missed calls, text messages, social media notifications, and one from the doorbell camera app. The time read 1:26 a.m., and my body broke out in sharp trembles as I gazed at the screen, my thumb shakily hovering over the notification as I slowly exited the kitchen and started pacing while contemplating whether to view the footage. I took short breaths upon opening the notification, feeling perspiration form across my forehead and limbs when the video appeared. I initially canted my head in bewilderment, when the still frame only showed my front porch and yard, without anyone or anything present. The video was only 4 seconds long, which I also found peculiar, but put me at enough ease to hit play. It was a brief clip of my front yard with nothing special about it whatsoever, but the camera picked up 2 words whispered by a raspy female voice. "Look up." Standing in my house's main room, my eyes lifted from the phone screen and settled on the front door. What I saw hit me like a locomotive. A bloody kitchen knife was stabbed directly in the door center. I quickly recognized it as the same one brandished by the woman. I didn't notice this upon initially entering the house, because I shut the door behind me and moved directly into the kitchen. I screamed as my phone slipped through my sweaty fingers and hit the floor, my perspiration and trembles intensifying as I comprehended what I was seeing. I was about to budge, but heard a gargling croak-like growl coming directly behind me, the hot breath of whoever made it striking the back of my neck. That was the last thing I remembered. I woke up on the floor of my main room with a pounding headache and tingling numbness that permeated throughout my body. Although the knife was no longer in the door, I noticed a small slit-like indentation that could only have been made by a knife. How real was whatever happened to me last night? Who is this woman? What does she want from me? Why is she doing this to me? These questions flowed through my mind as I searched every inch of my house. While checking my bathroom, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and froze, completely horrified at the reflection that stared back at me. Running vertically down my face were 5 dark red cuts that I instantly recognized as resembling the ones the woman inflicted onto herself in the 3rd video I received. Upon noticing them, they felt unbearable if I so much as touched them or nudged any part of my face. Another day or so passed before the cut marks finally vanished, after which I immediately uninstalled the doorbell camera app. Although I live in the same house, I still have no answers for the events that happened to me. I don't think that woman, or whatever she was, is finished with me, but I feel like I sometimes sense her presence. Ever since that night I blacked out, I find myself sporadically waking up in the middle of the night, around 1:26 a.m. I always feel compelled to gaze out my bedroom window, which faces my front yard, but always resist the ominous urge. Sometimes I think I hear the gargled croak-like sound, or see the shape of a female form in the corner of my eye. I don't know if anyone else out there has endured what I went through, but hope you can take something away from my experience if you are, or offer any insight on what I should expect if you have. I thought nothing could scare me, and then I went to the Crow House. I was doing another stint in jail when I first heard about the house. My cellmate told me about how he wanted to break into it as soon as he got out. That might sound a little weird, but Tommy said he had his reasons, and I didn't care enough to pry. In hindsight, I should have cared a lot more. At Lights Out, Tommy told me so many strange stories about Old Man Crowther and the house he had built by hand, but I only half listened as I focused more on getting to sleep. I used to make Tommy so mad by having a good night's sleep. He'd say something like, "Man, that story about the moving shadows didn't scare you?" Nope, it didn't. None of them did. Mainly because I knew they were just stories kids told other kids. Nothing like that was going to be as scary as my first purse snatch, or the drug deal I negotiated with the triads, or the dozen other times I faced the barrel of a gun. But that fearless attitude tripped me up bad after I got out of jail myself. Tommy showed up one day with another dude who was roughly twice my size. Yeah, Tommy introduced me as the man with no fear. So, of course I couldn't back down from what I thought was a heist of the Crow House. Tommy wasn't leaving anything to chance. He sent me to the city hall. I was going to get the blueprints Crowther had submitted when he got his permit to build all those years ago. I zoned out while I drove. Must have been because I remember driving, and then I was there. The receptionist told me that the permits in the building department was just 2 rights and a left. Down a hallway, she pointed out. 2 rights and then a left. I repeated it as a mantra and found the office I needed. Soon enough, I had the blueprints in hand. I looked over them briefly, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it. The Crow House was built like a maze. I wasn't worried. I knew how to get around a maze. I'd just touch a right-hand wall and eventually make it out. Boring and inefficient, but it'll work out in the end. Story of my life. So I left repeating a new mantra. A right and then 2 lefts. A right and then 2 lefts. But after that second left, I found myself turning to a bookcase covered dead end. Confused, I went back, and then to what I thought was the first left. After a while, I found myself back at the door to the permits and building department. I opened it for help, but a new hallway greeted me. It ended with the T intersection, but there was some kind of red graffiti painted on the marble wall. It said, in my handwriting, "Don't go left, it just loops around." Suddenly, I jolted awake. I was lying on the ground in front of a T intersection with that same red graffiti. Memories flooded my mind as I remembered getting back from City Hall, planning with Tommy, driving up to this cursed house, and entering it a day ago. Sorry for the theatrics, but I needed you to understand what this house does to people. It's not just a confusing layout. It actively tries to mess with you. I thought it was some gas leak disorientating us at first, but the things I've seen and felt, and killed, they couldn't all be figments of my imagination. For a while, we stayed focused, and even quickly found Crowther in the living room. Looked like he had been dead for several months, just rotting in a chair in front of his television. We prodded his skeletal remains, and their presence actually emboldened us to take our time exploring the nearby rooms. There wasn't much worth stealing. We knew that coming in. To only expect the money that Tommy was giving us. Regardless of what we found, he had already paid us $300 each and would pay us another $500 after the job. Apparently, 4 girls had gone missing when Tommy had lived on this block. He was obsessed with proving that Crowther was behind the disappearances. Obviously, I regret taking it, but it seemed like easy money at the time. We ended up leaving the blueprints in the living room because it seemed to be mistaken at every turn. The house seemed absolutely normal, so we didn't mind splitting up. I know. Dumb move. But the sun was shining bright, and we were 3 dudes convinced we were the scariest things in that house. Tommy took the dude, who called himself Thor, and they headed down to the basement, since that's where he was most likely to find the remains of a murder dungeon. I went straight to the upstairs and quickly searched the bedrooms, but found nothing. The upstairs hallway was dark. The attic stairs came down easily enough, but I found no windows up there, which made the darkness stifling. It seemed to swallow the dim beam that came out of my flashlight, because the light couldn't reach the walls. I felt like I was wandering around an infinite void. To tell the truth, I liked the feeling. It was otherworldly, and I felt like my imagination was inspired for the first time in a long time. But this must have given whatever influenced us an opening. I turned around, expecting to see a softly glowing square showing us how to get down. Instead, I saw nothing but darkness. I panicked for the first time then, running towards where I thought the door would be. Instead, my body fell through the floor with a tremendous crash. My fall was broken by a bed below, which wasn't as lucky as it sounds, since my ankles painfully smacked the wooden footboard. I laid there, expecting the house to come alive with angry yells about what a moron I was. Instead, it remained silent outside. After I confirmed neither ankle was broken, I left the room and found myself in the upstairs hallway, still with the attic stairs pulled down, but it now seemed twice as long and accommodated twice the rooms. I went straight for the stairs, but walking down them just led me to another hallway full of rooms. I wandered around and opened doors, but only found more hallways behind them. Turning around showed a similar sight of more rooms where the stairs used to be. At first, I thought my fall had messed me up more than I thought, but no matter how far I walked or how much I rested, nothing got better. I didn't understand it. I didn't need to. I just went into survival mode and forced myself to stay calm. I touched the right-hand wall on the next hallway I entered and walked as fast as my sore ankles would handle. I ignored the flickering lights. I didn't turn to see what was going on with the shadows in the corner of my eyes. I wasn't going to be distracted from my goal of getting out of this place. I called out for help at regular intervals, but never heard from the rest of my crew. Instead, I eventually found myself looping back around and out to the first hallway. That's the problem with the right-hand trick. It doesn't work if you start out with a disjointed wall. That's when I started tagging the environment with the spray paint I carried. We had intended on spray painting murderer over the front doors we left, but all those plans were dead to me. I thought I made some progress, but this was a large maze, so I ended up eating a few snacks I carried and taking a nap. That nap led to the crazy realistic dream I had. Since the graffiti warned me against going left, I went right, a right, and then 2 lefts. I had found myself repeating the mantra from my dream. With nothing left to lose, I followed it, and the second left led to a new room, the kitchen. I ran over to the fridge and opened it wide. Yeah, that wasn't my brightest move. To be fair, I was starving. I wasn't thinking of how everything in here would be spoiled if the owner had been dead for half a year. Worse, there was way more meat than there should have been. Just plate after plate filled with rotting meat. I recoiled from the sight and smell of it all, but that's when I saw them. 2 large pit bulls had just walked into the kitchen and were already starting to bare their teeth at the sight of me. I still wasn't scared. These were just flesh and blood enemies, things I could hurt. I thought I'd take that any day over head games. I pulled out my revolver, but the sudden motion caused them to charge. In my haste to react, I fired wide and then I had both of them on top of me. I fell to the ground and sacrificed my right arm, using it to shield my face while I pressed the revolver against the nearest one's ribcage, and then fired again and again. I saw the pantry door open and Tommy peeked out. I screamed at him to help, but he actually asked, "Me? Are you talking to me?" Even with one of my arms being torn to shreds, I could have strangled him. I put the revolver against the head of the dog that was still ripping and tearing the flesh and muscle from me. The pain was unimaginable. I fired once, and the bullet entered just behind one eye and exited out the other, grazing my elbow. But it didn't stop eating me. I fired again and again. Half of its skull was gone, but the jaw seemed to work just fine regardless. The next time I pulled the trigger, my gun just impotently clicked. I started hitting the dog with the handle when Tommy called out, still from the pantry, "Are you done yet?" Furious, I yelled back, "It won't die. Help me." Tommy opened the door, walked right up to me, bent down, and asked, "What won't die?" I stared at him, then looked back to the dog. It wasn't there. The other dog was no longer weighing me down either. I stood up and examined my mostly uninjured arm. The bullet graze was the only damage. I started to explain to Tommy, but he just shook his head and said, "It's this house, man. It's been nothing but insanity since Thor and I entered the basement." Tommy started to tell me where Thor was, what was left of him, but I stopped him. I told him that it didn't matter right now. We just needed to focus on getting out. He tried to tell me, "No, you don't understand. We found the girls, man. We found them." As dispassionately as I could, I told him, "No, don't tell me what happened, because it's only what you think happened. When we get out of here, Thor could be alive and it could turn out that the girls were never here. Whatever you hear, see, or smell, it does not matter. I thought those dogs were real, and I wasted all my rounds. We're going to get through this by being smart and careful from here on. I didn't tell Tommy that I was only half sure that he himself was real. It wouldn't have helped anything. Either way, I was happy to have someone else around. We were just as lost, but the company helped. The kitchen door opened to a library with a long mirrored wall on one side. I ignored it and instructed Tommy to do the same, even though when we had come in, I thought I saw a reflection doing everything we did, but with the wrong hand. I was steadfast in my desire to not let the house fool me again. I knew the tropes. I had seen hundreds of horror movies. But this was just gas, maybe ghost. But I had figured that whatever was going on, we could only be hurt by ourselves. Which meant that if I just keep my head down and stepped carefully, we'd make it out of here eventually. And then, we reached the dark room. Seemingly randomly, we just opened a closet door and I found that eerie black void again. Somehow, I found this comforting, since it was one of the first oddities I had noticed about the house. Maybe it would be one of the last, but we had to get through it either way. Tommy and I, such tough, strong ex-cons, we started to hold hands. It was dark enough that I could never see all of Tommy at one time. I swept my flashlight over him several times in that dark room, just to make sure it was his hand I was holding. Then my light briefly illuminated movement behind Tommy. I didn't explain. I just pulled him along faster. But while I looked behind, something caught Tommy's eye from the front, and he yelled at me to look out. I snapped my head forward and saw that our light was finally reaching a wall. We had found the end of the attic. I was fully prepared to knock down a wall and drop 2 or 3 stories to the ground to get out of here. But Tommy pointed up. My light followed the direction his finger pointed, but it struggled with the darkness in the air. Still, I could make out that there was something hiding in the corner of the attic. The upper corner, where the walls met the ceiling. Something big. It started to walk down the wall. The details were hard to make, but I counted 8 legs. That's all I needed to know. I pulled the crowbar out of the bag and started attacking the wall with all my might. I slid the metal in between the wooden planks and pulled them out slowly. Tommy tried to warn me that the spider was closer. I looked up and could see that it had appeared to grow more smaller legs, but it was only a little closer. Shaking my head, I just told Tommy to quit worrying and to help me get out of here. He asked me, "Man, does anything scare you?" I just grunted in reply, but really had felt like the house had thrown me a softball. I've never had a problem with spiders before. I get not liking something small and crawling all over you, but making it a giant spider removed any fears I might have had. And then, the next strike against the wall produced a thick stream of sunlight. I tore into it greedily, right as the thing above fell down, right next to Tommy. I turned around to tell him not to worry, that the spider wasn't real, but all the words left me. Standing behind us were 4 girls. They were all pretty, wearing white nightgowns, and seemed to have their heads fused together at the scalp. They were permanently in a crab position, with their backs towards the floor, and only their feet touching the ground. Their arms flapped around as they moved in sync towards Tommy. All 4 girls were sobbing. I didn't wait to see what else they would do. I was terrified. I launched myself at the small hole I had made, and squeezed myself out of that house like I was the last bit of toothpaste from a tube. After I popped out, a spray of blood followed. Quarts of the stuff. I tumbled on the roof, and my vision was disorientated from the rapidly changing direction of my head, the blood in my eyes, and the bright light that seemed to blind me even when my eyes were closed. It didn't matter. I couldn't stop myself if I tried. I fell from the roof to the eaves to another lower floor, and then again until I felt like I was falling down a flight of stairs, until I hit the bottom and realized that I had been falling down a flight of stairs. I was still inside the house. My despair was short-lived, since I also realized I was next to the living room. I crossed it to get to the front door. I only slowed to pause before Mr. Crowther's corpse. I didn't know what he did, how much of this insanity was because of the house, him, or whatever. But I still wished I had bullets in my gun because I would love to drill him in between the eyes. That's when his gray, paper-thin eyelids opened, and he stared at me with complete wide eyes. That scared me pretty good too. I grabbed the nearest thing to me and ended up breaking his left forearm and shoving the arm bone into his left eye. I pushed it in hard, trying to hit brain. Instead, there was a squeal of pain that sounded like it came from within my head, and green blood, for lack of a better word, squirted out behind the ocular fluid. Whether or not that meant he would truly die, I left him still writhing in that chair. I needed to get out. It was almost welcoming to burst open the front door and see the sea of red and blue lights. I found out later that my gunfire resulted in the neighbors calling 911. I didn't mind. I needed the company. Even as they threw me to the ground and handcuffed me, I was happy. At least, until I got paranoid about this all just being another hallucination of the house's design. Now there's a lot that scares me. Spiders and things that look like spiders scare me. Going to sleep and waking up scares me. Stairs scare me. But I get to stay locked up where it's nice and mostly safe for a long time. They have no idea how I twisted Thor into the pretzel they found, and they never found Tommy's body. So the death penalty is out. Still, it didn't look too good to have all of Tommy's blood covering me. They kept me in solitary because I kept splitting my cellmate's head open to check for little men that might have green blood, just in case. But at least my insanity defense looks to be strong. I'm hoping I can get transferred to a more comfortable hospital soon. In the meantime, I just have to be on the lookout for any logical inconsistencies. The house isn't going to trap me again so easily. If I'm still in there, I need to find out as soon as possible to escape. Wait, it's not helpful to think like that. I must remember I'm safe. Of course I'm out. It's been weeks since I was in that house. I think it's been that long anyways. It's really hard to keep track of time all alone in here. Oh, sorry. I'm not thinking clearly. I can just check the calendar on this laptop. But this laptop? How did I get a laptop in solitary confinement? Wait, where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I actually cleaned up my act a lot. My memory's still fuzzy on how I got a hold of a contraband laptop, but the guards took it away as soon as I made all that fuss. Anyways, I got a great public defender who was able to save me from the murder charges, and even the breaking and entering of the old Crow house. He truthfully argued that we were there because of a reasonable suspicion of foul play, and we had rightfully searched the place for survivors after finding Mr. Crowther dead in the living room. It helped that none of the prosecutor's experts could agree as to how exactly Thor died, and they never found Tommy's body. I was still convicted of the assaults after I had been imprisoned, but I took a plea deal and just got 5 years probation, the majority of which I would spend at Oregon State Hospital. Of course, nice as my lawyer was, I never fully trusted him. I had made a sort of peace with the thought that I might have still been trapped in the Crow house. Its illusions and specters looked, felt, and even smelled real. I can still remember the pain of feeling a dog ripping the flesh off of my arm, so it took a good year before I felt like I could relax. You can only be paranoid for so long, then you just get tired of all the fear. I decided that if I was in a hallucination, I would just wait and see where it all went. And, truthfully, I figured that if the house could create illusions this good, then I was a dead man no matter what I did. Either way, I managed to make life work at the hospital for long enough. Eventually, my memories of the house faded, so I could start to sleep naturally again. I made lots of progress with my therapist about the issues that plagued me before the Crow house, and I eventually got a clean bill of health from the hospital. I got a job as a librarian of all things. I'm heavily tatted, but none on my neck or face, so I go to work in a long-sleeve sweater with white gloves. I've always considered myself an intelligent brute, but after a haircut and a shave, I actually looked like I belonged here. I didn't completely let the Crow House slip from my mind though. I used my position to study up on that location and found some pretty interesting stuff. Police reports and newspaper articles revealed that the land the Crow House was built on had been terrorizing people long before Mr. Crowther owned it. Probably the most interesting of which was an incident with the people who owned the land before Mr. Crowther. Only the husband made it out of the house fire that he freely admitted to setting himself. He had a wild tale about moving across the country for his job, only to find that his new office was a maze of cubicles that he couldn't get out of. According to him, half of his new co-workers were out to kill him, while the others seemed just as scared and lost as him. He said he must have wandered those gray halls for days without ever finding an exit. Instead, he finally managed to find a lighter and set the nearest cubicle ablaze. Of course, he was only trying to get firefighters to come to the rescue, but it was only when the fire had spread too far that he suddenly realized he was standing outside his own home. The rest of his family had been asleep and unable to escape. 3 days after his arrest, he had hung himself in jail, just like I almost did. The fire cleared the way for Mr. Crowther to buy the land and build the monstrosity of a house that I had been trapped in. While they didn't have as much trouble as I did, it still took the police weeks before they officially cleared the house of the 4 bodies. Oh yeah, that's also why I managed to get off so light. Besides Thor and Mr. Crowther's body, they also came across the bodies of a couple in the basement. They had both died of heart attacks and were found sitting in the corner, holding each other tight. The couple had died long before Mr. Crowther, and it helped paint him in a bad light, even though there wasn't enough evidence to definitively say what had happened to them. All this news, it made me feel simultaneously more and less sane. I clearly wasn't the problem going into the house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was forever corrupted by it, even if I really did escape. You might be wondering why. If I suspected I was still in the house, I would trust anything I was reading. Well, I had never read anything like this before. I figured that when I was speaking to someone, if I was still in the house, then it was like I was speaking to the house. Same with reading. The information had to come from somewhere. True, it could have been the house messing with me, but I thought it was more likely that it would brag about itself. All of it got pushed to the side when I met Sandy. Every day, she would bring her kid in for my library story time hour. I finally got the nerve to just talk to her. Not only did I think she was the prettiest thing I had ever seen, but I was worried that she was the trap that the house was building up to. I was lonely enough, though, that I just went for it, illusion or not. She was beautiful, and as it turned out, very single. We started dating, and suddenly, the world got a lot brighter. It felt more real, too. I got to know her son Mason, and he actually seemed to like me. So, you know where this is all going. First, life was great. Then Sandy and I got married. I won Oregon's Librarian of the Year. I found out Sandy was pregnant with a girl. My life was now perfect. Too perfect. I had never forgotten about the Crow House. It was always there in the back of my mind. When I got angry at Sandy and maybe took it a bit too far, she always forgave me, too easily. Mason was too good a kid. My work too easy for too much money. I tried to ignore the feeling in the pit of my stomach, and it was easy at first. I guess I really didn't want Sandy to be fictional. But then, a new book, to me, was returned to the library. A history of a tribe that had split from the Modoc Native Americans that used to live around here. I started to read it, to figure out which shelf it needed to be returned to. Just after the first page were 2 maps of where this tribe used to live. One was what the land looked like at the time they occupied the area. The other was the same image, but with the current map overlaid on top of it. This second map clearly showed me the Crow House right next to the tribe's main camp. After seeing that, Whether or not I was still in the house, I felt like this book was a message for me. So I kept reading. The tribe called themselves the Daniga Maklaks, which roughly translated to the Sunsetting People. They were a sort of cult that had been ostracized from the larger tribe, mainly for their beliefs. Basically, they had thought the world was going to end soon. However, their leader had once come upon a cave with long twisting passages, and this man had an epiphany on how to save the world. Or at least, temporarily. He immediately started making sacrifices of the young woman in his tribe. And when the world didn't end, his efforts were declared a huge success. He didn't just kill the girls though. They were drugged and then carried deep into the cave with plenty of food and water. When she woke, the girl would be free to try and find her way back. However, the author of the book theorized that the whole maze was rigged, maybe with the stone that covered the entrance. Nowhere could they find any evidence that anyone survived this exceedingly slow execution. Plus, the tribe wouldn't have wanted a survivor. The whole point was for the young woman to have hope, but ultimately fail. For her to consistently pray to the gods for guidance, and for those prayers to get increasingly more heartfelt and desperate as time went on. Basically, they tried to wring every last drop of devotion out of their sacrifices, and it worked. Or at least appeared to. They figured the gods wouldn't want to destroy the world, as long as it could still produce praise this pure. Either way, using the death maze got so popular that they eventually had to kidnap young women from other tribes, and then use people of all ages and genders to keep a steady flow of the wretched prayers coming. This led to a war with larger tribes, and the Danigan Maklaks were finally wiped out. Their conquerors feared the cave though. They thought it was haunted, with hundreds of lost souls that were still trying to find their way out. So they filled the entrance and stayed far away. At this point, it came as no surprise that the location of the cave was exactly under the crow house. The book did have one last shock for me though. Immediately after finishing it, I looked at the author to see if I could maybe find them later. The book was written by William Crowther. There was no author photo, but it couldn't have been a coincidence. I practically threw the book away from me. The house was taunting me. Somehow, it had delivered the book to me. The easiest explanation was simply that I was still in the house. I tried to reject that idea once more. I left work immediately and drove home. Sandy was on the phone with my confused boss when I got there, but she was already telling him that I wasn't feeling well. I just went to our bedroom and flopped on the bed to try and think things through. Soon, Sandy joined me and asked what happened. I had never talked to her about my stay in the mental hospital, or what happened at the Crow House. She had known about all my other stints in prison, but that's it. So I finally told her. When it was over, Sandy looked scared, but she told me that she believed it happened. Then she said she had some good news. My boss had told her that it was clear I was having some trouble at work today, so I should go ahead and take tomorrow off too, so we could have a 3-day weekend. Sandy started to say how we should use that time to relax together, but I cut her off. I told her something along the lines of, "Don't you see how wrong that is? Bosses don't just give you time off if you leave work. They fire you." We argued for a bit more, but it felt silly arguing with the house, because that's who I had really been talking to. The house was pretending to be my wife. I told her that I was onto her. She had trapped me before, but I wasn't going to let her trick me anymore. The thing that called herself Sandy burst into tears. She told me that I was scary. She begged me to think of our unborn child, of Mason. I almost tore into her head then and there to see if there was anything alien about her biology. But the house had Mason burst into our room while I was wrestling Sandy to the ground. In the end, I couldn't go through with it. Real or not, I didn't want to see Sandy hurt. After getting up and all of us calming down, I promised I would get better. She gave me an ultimatum. Our child would be born in about a month, so she would stay with her mother during that time, and I had to use every resource I had to get better by then, or else I wouldn't be allowed to be a part of this family anymore. or even see the baby, like it's actually mine. I just went along with her plan to get some peace and quiet. I tried to think of a way that I could escape, for real this time. I finally decided I would visit my father. We have a complicated relationship. The house wouldn't be able to accurately portray my father, given how repressed my own memories of him were. I showed up at his apartment with no warning. I knocked. He opened the door angrily, but just stood there in shock for a moment. Then, he started crying. He sobbed while telling me how sorry he was and how many regrets he had. This wasn't my father. My father couldn't go 5 minutes without hitting me. This was the house, just trying to show me what I wanted again. I pushed him. He balled his hand up in a fist, and for a second, I thought I saw the man who raised me once again. Yet, this imposter just dropped his fist and tried to pull me in for a hug. He kept apologizing and asking for my forgiveness. He tried to tell me that he had changed a lot over the last 20 years, probably because the house knew it wasn't fooling me. It had come up with some excuse. I almost believed him. Almost. Instead, I knocked the old man to the ground and pulled a hammer from my waistband. I cracked open his head and searched for anything alien living inside. While I didn't find any, I wasn't sure how this worked. The only thing I was sure of was the bloody mess on the floor wasn't my dad. Not that it mattered to the police. After all, they were just the house too. So was the judge. That's why he was still lenient. He just put me back in the hospital again. This time for life. This house is good at mind games. It's not revealing the charade until it thinks I've let my guard down again. For whatever reason, it decided to let me have a laptop again. In universe, they told me that communicating with others would help me with my delusions. Once again, I'm playing along, but only until Mike, the orderly, stops paying attention. Recounting everything that's happened has just been to keep my hands realistically moving over the keyboard. I know there's no one really out there. It's taking forever, but Mike can just keep watching me typing merrily along. Eventually, he'll take a break, and that's when I'll finally escape this house. I don't need long, just 5 minutes or so. Probably less than that, since I already used the spare sheets to make the noose last night. I'm escaping. For real this time. As I drove home from work in the middle of the night, a crying woman covered in blood came running out of the forest. I saw her only milliseconds before she left the thick grove of trees on my right. Her eyes were wild and uncomprehending, her mouth open in a perpetual shriek, her clothes torn into rags. But otherwise, she was beautiful and young. I saw only the merest glimpse of a slender white leg before I instinctively turned the steering wheel all the way to the left, trying not to hit her. At the speed I was going, and with the constant rain falling down from the sky, I quickly lost control of the car. I missed her by mere inches as I swerved into the oncoming lane where, thankfully, no cars were coming. In slow motion, I saw the road pass by and then start to rise up to meet me as the car began to flip. I felt like I was in the air for minutes, but in reality, it was likely only a fraction of a second. Then the car landed, the black pavement rushing up to meet me, and my vision turned to blackness. I woke up suddenly in a white room, the walls seemingly to be made of high-intensity LED lights. They were so bright and white that it almost hurt to look at them. I squinted my eyes slightly, and they slowly began to adjust the overwhelming white light surrounding me. I stood up and looked around. Rising off the bed made some of the same kind of light. "Where am I?" I asked. No one answered. I began to walk around, and a building began to materialize around me suddenly. The white light all draining out of the bottom of the room, like water running down a drain. I was in a castle. In the entryway, looking out massive black gated doors, I looked behind me and saw the bed was just a bench, with flat pillows inscribed with roses and cherubs. The castle seemed to stretch on forever in a straight line, hallways with endless mahogany doors disappearing into a point in the horizon. No one moved in the rooms or the hallway. Outside, birds chirping pleasantly, and a tropical, sweet-smelling breeze blew past me. I turned my attention back to the front gate, deciding to go outside. As soon as I stepped outside the shade of the castle, a blazing sun warmed me. I instinctively put my arm above my eyes to dim the summer light. As my pupils constricted and I was able to see better, I realized that the light overhead was not coming from a sun, but many eyes looking down at me from the sky. They all sent out some light of their own, brighter than a full moon but far dimmer than the actual sun. I could look up at them and see them moving around, their pupils dilating and constricting as each eye focused on something new. They stayed in constant motion, and there were thousands of them, covering the sky with white sclera, gray, purple, and green irises, and constantly flicking pupils as far as my eye could see. "Those are the eyes of God," a voice behind me said. I turned and saw a beautiful woman there, holding out her hands towards me. She had green eyes that shone like emerald and a sweet melodic voice that instantly calmed me. "You are in heaven. You did it. You beautiful child." She came over and put a hand on my cheek. It burned with her touch, sending waves of happiness through my body. As I looked closer at her, I realized she had on platinum armor and a scabbard, with an obsidian sword handle sticking out of the top. Tiny diamonds and emeralds decorated both the scabbard and the handle. "This isn't like I imagined heaven to be," I said, looking at the trees all around us. They were covered in silver and gold, rising up hundreds of feet into the sky. They stood like skyscrapers, swaying slightly to and fro, as the tropical breeze blew the smell of fruits and ocean through the air. At the top, I saw what looked like people moving around, flying even, but they were so high up, I could barely make them out even when I squinted. "Well, the truth is," she said, her smile widening from ear to ear, showing dozens of sharpened, blood-soaked teeth, her voice deepening and turning into a hissing gurgle. "God killed himself to make this world and your world and everything in between." She brought up her other hand, and now the waves of pleasure I had felt were replaced with burning pain, as she scratched me with huge talons that suddenly exploded out of her fingers. Her skin began to blacken, but the eyes stayed green, expanding into circles of luminous viridescent light between folds of black rotted skin. Massive black wings unfurled behind her, squirming with millions of maggots that constantly fell to the ground, writhing as they tried to return home. The smell of the wings made me gag, reminding me of a combination of burning rubber and rotting roadkill. I screamed, clutching my cheek and feeling blood running down in rivets. I turned, running away from this monster as fast as I could. The eyes above me seemed to move faster, as if they had been agitated. At that moment, 4 people rushed in from the forest waving swords and crossbows. They barely seemed to notice me, focusing entirely on the female shapeshifter behind me. She hissed at them like a snake, sending her long forked tongue flicking out of her mouth and pulling her glowing sword from its scabbard. With a battle cry that made my ears ring, she rushed forward, slicing off the head of the man in front. I saw it fly across the air in slow motion, the man's body falling to its knees. He still had a look of surprise in his eyes when his head landed a few feet to the left of his body on the tropical white sands of the ground. The others wasted no time, using the female's distraction with the front sword-wielding man to attack her ferociously. One shot her directly in the neck with the crossbow, the bolt piercing through and reminding me of the bolts on the neck of Frankenstein's monster. She screamed with rage and pain as another rushed her from the left, swinging a massive broadsword at her jaw. Time seemed to slow down as the sword connected, cutting through the skin of the monster easily. As it penetrated deeper, sickly green light began to shoot out of the wound, and by the time he had fully decapitated her, the light was so blinding I could no longer look at it. "We have to go," a woman screamed, pointing up to the tops of the massive trees. Looking up, I saw dozens of flying specks, looking like an agitated hornet's nest, as they regrouped and began to approach. As I squinted my eyes, I realized they were more of the black-skinned monstrosities, coming to the aid of the one this group of humans had just killed. I doubted whether they would be able to help her, as one glance at her body showed me her head only hung on by the spine and the associated ligaments and flesh in the back of the neck. She didn't move anymore, and the sickening green light had all evaporated. The maggots still swarmed, however, and ferociously began to move from the wings to the rest of the body. The woman grabbed my arm, forcing me to run into the forest with her. The rest of the group was ahead of us. I heard the shrill battle cry of the flying monsters landing behind us, but the woods were growing thicker, and the constant sharp turns of the leading members of our group would make it harder to find us. After a couple of minutes of running, the shrieking and screaming falling further and further behind us, the man in front stopped suddenly. He opened up a camouflage tunnel, pushing aside some of the silver leaves that covered the top of it. The rest of the group jumped down. The fall was only a few feet, and I realized there were torches burning in a cramped tunnel. I walked forward, hearing the man close the door and land just behind me, pushing me forward. We quickly came to a round room, with a massive log table down the middle of it. Dozens of swords, crossbows, daggers, and tridents covered it, all seeming to glow with their own soft silver light. At the nearest end, the table was cleared and chairs were set up around a steaming pot. A chubby man ladled out bowls of delicious-smelling stew, smelling of mint, rosemary, potatoes, and beef. He motioned for us to come sit down and eat. I hadn't realized it until then, but I was absolutely ravenous. They introduced themselves, and we sat down to eat. They poured delicious-smelling wine from crystal pitchers, and I ate the beef stew and drank the red wine, as they told me everything. "This is heaven," the chubby man said, sitting down on the bench across from me and pouring himself a glass of the wine. "Or at least, it used to be. It isn't the heaven like most people think of it anymore. Remember, I don't know all of this absolutely, but I've heard most of it from angels and others who have been here a long time, so at least most of it is true." "You mean that shape-shifting monster?" I began. He nodded. "Those are angels. They have become rabid and evil over the last few billion years, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Nearly 14 billion years ago, God killed himself to create the universe. He cut himself open and let out eternal amounts of mass, energy, and consciousness pour out of his body, an action which became known to us as the Big Bang. All of this matter had nowhere to go within God's body, so it created our universe instead. Now, God dying isn't like you or me dying, you understand? God dies very, very slowly. It's like he's been bleeding out the entire time. But now, he truly is close to death. In our universe's time, maybe another 1,000 years at most, and he'll be gone. Once he goes, the entire universe as we know it will go too. It'll instantly turn to blackness once the light of his consciousness no longer lights the stars and worlds of our universe. These angels here, they got an idea that if they feed the human souls in heaven to God's mouth, he would live slightly longer. And it seems to be working. Every time they feed him a few thousand souls, he seems to heal slightly, but he is still dying. At most, they might delay the end by a few centuries, but even that seems doubtful. The man shook his face, his jowls shaking slightly. You can't really die in heaven. As if you get your head cut off, it'll grow back after a couple of hours. But if they feed you to God's mouth, then you do, in essence, die. Your consciousness is digested by God, and it is fed throughout his body, dissipating into eternity within him. Where's God's mouth? I asked. All the people in the room looked at each other, a sour expression on their faces. It's at the end of heaven, the chubby man said, his eyes downcast. It is a horrible thing to behold. Trillions of gnashing teeth, endless insects infesting it and screaming in unison. Since its body began to fall apart, the insects of heaven have really begun to consume his flesh. I think it is driving God insane. A lot of terrible things in our world might be arising from his insanity and dying. The world wars, the death camps, the mass killings by communists. But that's just speculation. I don't know that for sure. At that moment, I heard a loud crash outside. Shouts and running from above us made everyone deathly silent. Then the hidden trap door leading down here was flung open, and angels began pouring down the opening, carrying glowing swords and crossbows. They instantly attacked, dozens more coming from behind them. They slashed at the chef. He absurdly raised his wine glass in front of him, as if that would stop the sword flying down towards his skull. But it instead cleaved his face in two, and he fell backwards. Within seconds, everyone except me was moaning, dead or dying. I instinctively picked up my wooden bowl, spilling stew all over myself and the floor. The angels began to pull the hacked up bodies of the others they had murdered out, then approached me, their dead black eyes staring daggers at me as I backed against the dirt wall of the hidden shelter. Just as they had all surrounded me, and one was raising his sword to cut me open, I began hearing sounds that didn't fit. Clear. Again. He's waking up. As the sword came down towards my face, I suddenly opened my eyes. My other eyes, feeling the cold, damp pavement beneath my body. I looked around and saw myself surrounded by paramedics. A Lifestar helicopter loudly descending 100 feet further down the road. I saw the naked woman who had run out in front of my car in the back of an ambulance. I looked down and saw the wooden bowl in my hand still, cleaved in two by a sword. Remnants of herbs and sauce still clinging to the inside of it. Then I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. The doctors at the hospital told me I had been clinically dead for 5 minutes. Apparently the woman I had almost hit was the latest victim of a serial killer. She had escaped from him and ran blindly into the road out of mortal terror. I didn't blame her in the least, and was simply glad I didn't hit her. I still have the wooden bowl I brought back with me, and the slices on my cheek from that thing I encountered. Once I get out of here, I want to send the remnants of the bowl to a scientific institute, to see what it is truly made out of. I have a feeling it's not a kind of wood anyone on Earth has ever seen before. The vision of heaven I had received was the most disturbing thing of the entire experience. It truly changed my life, and not for the better. I wasn't afraid of dying before, but I certainly am now. I used to break into houses. I'm not particularly proud of it, but it was a different time in my life. A more desperate time. I won't make excuses for it. All I can say is I needed a quick way to make money, and typical employment options were not exactly open to me. My last job, however, something happened that I can never explain, and also never forget. Something I have never really told anyone, but I think it will drive me insane if I don't. Maybe I'm headed there anyway. I had a buddy named Sam who helped me, or rather I helped him, since he was more experienced at the whole career criminal thing. I did this for about 2 years, going into houses, taking whatever we thought was worth it. We only ever did it when we were absolutely sure nobody was home, Sometimes we would stake out the place for weeks or even a few months. We tried not to get anything too physically heavy. Pretty much anything valuable was fair game. Sometimes we would keep things for ourselves though. We once found a few 8-balls and made pretty good windfall out of that at this one place. Sometimes we just found pot or booze, but usually we just partook of that ourselves, usually in celebration of a successful job. A lot of times, we would get little knickknacks we thought were cool, keychains, clothing, shit like that. Sam had found us a nice little mark for a little bacon and eggs, our code word for our little thing. It was out of the way, so minimum chances of witnesses, and apparently the owner was trying to sell it and was no longer living there, but had yet to move all their stuff out. This was an unusually easy job. That should have been a hint. It sounded like a cakewalk. We just had to time it right to be careful. We decided we would want to start after dark the following Friday. We had to arrange to borrow the van we used, which incidentally cut TC, the guy who owned the one we used, in on some of the action. TC was a madman, but we needed him. And for this kind of work, you needed a specific kind of vehicle. It was a piece of junk, but it had a lot of space and was easy to change. We repainted it and switched the tags on it at least a dozen times, after and before every job we used it for. The ride there was long. It was a bit out of the way, and Sam only knew of it because he knew a guy that knew the owner that let it slip what the situation was. It had only taken a bit of online research to find the address based on the fact it was for sale. It was unusually empty on the highway for a Friday night, but we rarely went this far out into the boonies. Dusk was falling, so why is this guy even selling the place? I asked Sam. I think Mikey told me about it, but I was more interested in the other details, not so much if anything is wrong with the house. This bothered me a little. Yeah, well, what if the place has a gas leak or mold or some shit? I asked. I looked at him as he leaned back. Then I guess this might be our last job together. Nice knowing you, buddy. I remember him saying that while smirking. He must have sensed I was a little nervous. Relax. If it was anything serious, they wouldn't be putting it on the market so fast, he said. Something was needling me about the whole situation, but just barely. A little prick in the back of my mind that I could not quite figure out. The sky got darker, and there were fewer and fewer cars on the road. There were no headlights either, only open fields and dark thickets on either side of us. We got into town a bit after 10 p.m., and it was drizzling a little. We waited a bit longer at a gas station parking lot before going to the place. It was an old house, not like ludicrously so, but you could tell it had probably been built before cars were a thing. The house was out of the way, a few blocks from any neighbors, so we had that as an advantage. It was 3 stories including the attic, but Sam also told me there was a basement. It was fogging up from the rain, which was actually great, as it would give us further cover. Everything seemed perfect, and yet something about the house seemed off to me. I remember a slight sense of foreboding, as the large wooden structure seemed to loom over us. Yeah, that's the word for how it looked. It was looming. I remember thinking how tall it looked, and yet narrow. It had a very angular design triangular roof, and was made mostly of wood, it looked like. I asked Sam about the potential for cameras or alarms, and he shrugged. We had a police scanner, in addition to radios to keep in touch. We just gotta boogie on out if there's an alarm, and we got a mask and gloves for the cameras. Come on, let's do this, he said as we moved towards the back of the house going around the side. We had an idea of what the place was like, and that there was a cellar in the back which led into the sub-basement. We had bolt cutters and made short work of the chain and padlock. A faint spark flying from the strain of the cut as we opened the cellar doors carefully and looked down at the wooden steps that led into the dank dark basement. I remember the hair on the back of my neck standing up. I remember now knowing for sure that something was bothering me about this place. I was not a superstitious type. I never believed in ghosts or demons or anything like that, But there was just something about how this whole thing was going down. An instinctive dread that had been steadily building. It was more than typical nerves and adrenaline that came with doing a job. This was different, like a tiny bell ringing somewhere in the city of my mind, letting the villagers know to go inside. "Uh-oh, boogeyman living down there?" Sam teased, probably sensing the apprehension. "I'll go first then," he said, as he crept down the stairs and put on his flashlight. It was a bright one too, and as I followed and turned on mine, I was a bit put off by how little of the cellar they were illuminating. The darkness was sticking, and stubbornly refused to be washed away by the light easily, too thick to be completely dispelled. It was not the kind of thing you can confirm as really being a problem, but it was enough to be annoying at best and unsettling at worst. "There might be some old wine down here. That shit might sell," I said. But it's not like me and Sam knew people in the vineyard business. We separated a bit, and I didn't like that. But I was refusing to give in to my anxiety. We were professionals at this point. I heard the sound of bolt cutters again. Then I remember Sam making a weird noise from the other room before yelling out, "What in the flying ever living? Hey, yo, come see this." I followed his voice, and I felt the room I was in was getting a little chilly. I thought I had seen shadows moving, but had chalked it up to the tricky lighting of my flashlight. When I got to Sam, he was in a separate room behind a heavy metal door. What we were looking at was disturbing. It was like some weird cross between a BDSM party room and some kind of shrine. I let out a whistle, my discomfort forgotten as I absorbed the scandalousness of it all. This was out there. Red walls, leather suits hanging on hooks, candles with weird-looking statues. There was a strange sort of altar. It looked like it had a brass frame, and there was a red cloth over it, though it was dusty and torn. There was one particular idol on it that looked to be 4 people intertwined in an act of debauchery and torture. The wax figures were melded together to create the gruesome figurine. I had never seen anything like it before, and that foreignness made it all the more unsettling. This was not something you recognize from the movies or folklore, which made it seem all the more real and yet strange. Each pale face on the idol was a mixture of horror, agony, and something else. Maybe pleasure. "What the hell?" I said in a low tone. I felt the overwhelming urge to turn the light on. We normally did not turn on lights for obvious reasons, but we were still in the basement, and being seen was not likely anyway, given the house's relative seclusion. I went to feel for a light switch and found one. I flicked it, but it would not go on. It clicked again and again, but I wasn't getting any juice. "Do you know if the electricity is still on here?" I asked. Sam shrugged. "You know we should not be doing that. Come on." For the first time in his voice, he didn't sound like everything was a joke. A few seconds after was when I heard something in the corner of the room. A thump. We both turned to point our flashlights at the source of the sound, but there was nothing. I remember asking, "This is a hell of a thing to show on the open house, I bet." But I knew this room was not meant to be seen yet by any prospective buyers. "Yeah, let's get this done," he said. Even despite the creepy sound, whatever went on down here was probably not anything we wanted to know too much about, or stick around too long to be introduced to it. It occurred to me that if the owner came home, we might be in deeper trouble than we ever imagined. I wanted to get it over with and get out, not end up as some weirdo sacrificial gimp in their secret velvet magic dungeon. We checked out the basement and found some power tools we could sell, putting them near the stairs that led out. I was focusing hard on looking and quickly moving the goods, ignoring the growing anxiety in the back of my brain, a rattling of the cage of my mind, the cage that stops us from acknowledging what we do not see. I wanted to get out of the basement, but I didn't want to venture into the rest of the house alone. "Want to help me check out the upstairs?" I asked Sam, trying to keep the apprehension out of my voice. Maybe Sam was not as brave as I was giving him credit for, because he seemed very keen on the idea. We walked up the stairs a bit more quickly than we normally did and found the door was locked from the other side, which was also pretty odd. Someone could easily end up locked in the basement, with the cellar being bolted on the outside, and the door leading to the first floor also being locked from the outside. It was becoming apparent that this seemed to be the point, to keep someone from getting out of the basement. Sam cursed, remarking that it might take a while, and asked me to hold the flashlight while he messed with the lock. I did, and felt more and more unsettled, more vulnerable as he worked and fumbled with the metal. I kept seeing little signs of movement in the darkness surrounding us, but ignored them. I thought I heard something in the faint shadows, but it was hard to tell with my partner in crime messing around with the lock. He got it open after what seemed like must have been at least 20 minutes, and the door creaked open all too slowly and all too loudly. We both went into the house proper and found ourselves in the kitchen. This was the rough part. We knew we had to split up. Sam said he would take the lower floor. He told me to take the upper floor. For some reason, this irked me, like he gave me the shit job. I didn't want to put that much distance between me and the exit, but he was the brains of the operation. I got to the stairs, and they were very steep, wood, with a narrow wall heading up. The stairs went up into a yawning abyss, an abyss I would rather do anything else other than go into. I went up, one step at a time, carefully. The stairs seemed to go on a bit longer than they should, and I kept the flashlight on the ground to guide my footing, as if the stairs seemed designed to easily trip someone up. I was afraid to point it into the shadows that waited at the top of the stairs, but when I finally started getting to the summit, I had no choice, and the light I was shining found itself only piercing the darkness to a shallow degree. I remember thinking I had never been in a house so pitch dark before. I heard Sam messing about downstairs, moving stuff, as I went into the upstairs hall. There were a series of doors, and all of them closed. With the feeling of dread I had, the thought of opening each one at a time was torture. I was about to start with door number 1 when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I turned around fast as hell and was relieved to see Sam. It was slim pickings downstairs apparently, so he had come up to help me handle the upstairs. I was extremely happy about it, but didn't show it. I just felt a little bit more courage than I had previously. Then the image of the sick little doll thing on the altar flashed in my mind. Yeah, I wanted to get the hell out of here. Door number 1 was as dark as the rest of the house. It looked like an office, and there was a laptop which I quickly grabbed, as I had to ignore the feeling of being watched. I had done a few jobs like this, but I had never experienced this level of anxiety, not even on my first one. I took the laptop while Sam rustled around and told him what my haul was. He asked if I had found anything else, and I said nothing valuable. But to be honest, I hadn't really looked all that hard. I just wanted to get out of here. I couldn't get that room in the basement out of my head. I asked Sam what he had found, but he was not answering, which both irritated and bothered me. "Sam!" I hissed. "Sam!" His voice came out again. "Dude, there's another weird room in here." I cursed under my breath and went in. It was like the one downstairs, but not quite as ritualized. There were a bunch of weird little idols strewn along with candles, and a bookshelf with all sorts of occult type stuff. I had seen enough. Door number 2 was disturbing, but not as bad as the basement. Sam, however, seemed more amused than he ever had been with the first one. "This guy is one sick puppy. Alright, go back downstairs and do a quick once-over, and let's get the hell out of here." I was happy to hear that, and didn't need telling twice, though I was not happy with separating at the time. I went downstairs and looked around with my flashlight, seeing that there was an old heavy TV, the kind that most people had not used in about 20 years. It wasn't worth taking, but I remember thinking it was strange they were still using such primitive stuff. I looked around a bit longer, going through some drawers. There were some things I might have taken for personal use under normal circumstances, but I wanted nothing to do with this place, much less wanting to take a piece of it home with me. I kept checking around, and that's when I saw it. The same statue that had been in the basement. The figure of the 4 intertwined bodies bound into the unspeakable or unknowable act. There was hunger, lust, agony, bliss. I wondered how anyone could make one of these abominations, much less 2. I went to the basement to start bringing some of the stuff out of the house, and I couldn't help but take another look at the weird room. That's when I noticed that the figurine was no longer on the altar. I remember an icy fist grasping my heart, and I turned on my walkie. The static hit me as I went on the channel. We both used walkie-talkies in case we ever got caught. They could not track our conversations or locations via cell phone. "Sam," I hissed. "Sam, did you move that sick-looking figurine upstairs?" There was nothing but static. I continued calling into the walkie-talkie. Just static. I tried once more. "Sam, answer, damn it!" The static turned.
"Sam's with us now,"
a voice whispered. That icy fist on my heart, it clenched harder. "Who is this?" The static returned and I heard what I thought was a short chuckle. A voice came in once more, and was deeper and far harsher, almost guttural. The word inhuman comes to mind. It was different than the last voice.
"Come see."
I cursed hard and felt the overwhelming urge to drop the walkie, to throw it at the wall the same way one might throw a bug that had crawled on their hand. It invoked revulsion. The walkie was a bridge between me and whatever was on the other side of that channel, and more importantly, what was lurking upstairs. I was worried about Sam, very worried. I was scared for myself too, but I was not going to just leave him here. A thought occurred to me that this was a trick, a joke, but this was not the time for games, and even if it was one hell of a feat to pull something off like this. No, it didn't make sense. This was not a joke. I was torn between a sense of urgency in helping my friend, and the dread of staying in this house and going further into it. I stilled myself as best as I could, and decided if I had to do it, I was gonna be fast. And I ran up the stairs like a bat out of hell, into the kitchen and back towards the other narrow set of stairs that led upstairs to the 2nd floor. I could hear banging on the walls, scratches. It was like the entire house was coming to life. I tried to ignore it, but it was damn near impossible, and it was all I could do to not piss myself and take off right then and there. Sam be damned, metaphorically and literally. I made it to the foot of the stairs. The darkness at the top was encroaching further down, invading beyond its borders almost aggressively. The darkness was getting more dense, getting deeper. "Sam!" I called up into the darkness. I could not bring myself to walk up those steps and into the pitch black. I was starting to panic. I saw a shape at the top of the steps. It was a mass, and at first, I could not make it out in the darkness. But as it got closer, it became more clear. The lack of visibility didn't matter, because I was not seeing whatever this was with my eyes. The only way I could describe it was, I was seeing it with my soul. It was the figurine, only life-size now. The 4 writhing bodies bound together, melted as if their skin was made of wax, limbs intertwining. As they flailed and the abomination crawled slowly down the stairs, I could hear my heart beating in my head, the scratching, the knocking. It all stopped as if in reverence for what was now coming down those stairs to meet me, its footsteps uneven from the extra limbs. The deliberate shuffle began as it navigated its way down the path, coming down to me, its other limbs stretching out as if embracing me, beckoning me into the hell of its existence. One of the faces turned to look at me, twisted in the rictus of a dozen sensations, lost in equal parts bliss, terror, and torment. It was Sam. I ran. When I did, the noise of the house erupted again, everything banging, and there was a shrieking sound reverberating from the walls that echoed across it, sounding like dozens of separate voices, each one distinct. There was accusation in those shrieks, anger, Hunger. The house was pissed, but it was also hungry. The shrieks became guttural like a pack of dogs. Then they yowled like a bunch of cats having sex. I ran for the basement, but the door slammed shut, and I tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge an inch. I could hear the uneven sounds of the abomination coming down, step by step. Then I heard a louder crash. It sounded like it had thrown itself down the steps. It wanted me that bad. It was not wasting time like some horror movie monster trying to build suspense. It was not trying to scare me. It was trying to take me. I thought I heard Sam's voice weeping. "It hurts so good. It hurts so damn good, buddy. Come and get some of this." I screamed and pulled with all my might, and the door finally unjammed and I headed down the stairs, tripping halfway down and hitting the ground. I felt pain in my temple and was bleeding, but I didn't care. I was up again in an instant and going out of the cellar door. On my way out, I felt something reach out of the weird room, groping from my neck, clammy and vice-like. It tore my hoodie but slipped as I ran out into the moisture of the night. I didn't care about the goods. I didn't care about anything other than getting as much distance from me in this place as I could. Luckily, TC's piece of shit van didn't need a key and was turned on via screwdriver. I jumped in and fumbled for it, looking frantically in the rearview mirror. The storm was picking up now. I fumbled harder and did the trick. The van sputtered to life and I punched it out of there. I only stopped for gas once and was gripped by paranoia, thinking I saw the abomination in every dark corner. I tried to tell TC what happened, but could not really bring myself to speak of it. He was pissed he didn't make anything out of it either, and told me to lose his number. Accused me and Sam of holding out on him. I never figured out what that house was supposed to be, and I was too afraid to even look it up again to see if it had been sold. I'm thinking of doing it again, but even opening that tiny door terrifies me. The house taught me something profound in the brief time I spent in there. Not knowing was better sometimes. As for Sam, I checked desperately for any news of him being found in that town, but there was nothing. I didn't know his family, nor many of his friends, and no one came to ask me about him. Sam was prone to wander, and this was not the first time he upped and vanished. As far as everyone else was concerned, I knew what happened though. They, or it, had told me. Sam was with them now. He would always be with them. I've been contemplating about writing this down for a long time. Truth is, I don't know if this is real or if it's all in my head. Whatever this is, though, has changed me in so many ways, and I now know I'm in danger. We all are. But let's start from the beginning. The first time it happened, I was praying. I had recently lost my grandmother and was feeling lost. I decided that I would turn to God to find peace and answers and come to terms with her death. The chapel I went to was one that my grandmother used to take me. It was small and always very quiet. Not many people visited. I decided to go there to feel closer to her. As I walked in, I didn't see anyone around, which made me feel a little bit better. I really didn't want to lose it in front of others. I sat down to enjoy the silence and started praying. Imagine my surprise when, in the middle of my prayer, I heard this little voice whispering, "I hear you." I jumped up and looked around. I was clearly alone, and I couldn't locate the source of the voice. I decided that it was a figment of my imagination and continued to pray. 5 minutes later, though, the voice came stronger. "You shouldn't be doing that." It was right next to my ear. So close it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up and sent shivers down my spine. As I turned around, I came face to face with a girl. She couldn't have been older than me, maybe 16 or 17. She was wearing this red dress and was barefoot. Her hair was the darkest black I had ever seen, and her eyes the same. I started screaming, but at the same time, I was mesmerized by her beauty. "Shh," she said, putting her hand to my mouth. "Do you want Father to hear us?" Her touch was soothing and not threatening in any way. "Who are you?" I asked, trying to fight back tears. "I am the devil," she said. "The first unwanted." I started trembling, fearing this was the end of me. She moved closer, and as if reading my mind, she said, "Don't worry, my child. I won't hurt you. I am not the one you should be afraid of. I have come to warn you as I have done with so many others." A sudden noise like whistling made her stop talking, and I could see fear in her eyes. I tried to locate the source of the sound, and by the time I turned around to face her, she was gone. Only her scent lingered, this lovely lavender scent. I stayed there not moving, trying to listen for what felt like hours. I was sure I was going crazy, and convinced myself that this was all due to grief and the lack of sleep. But as soon as I closed the door behind me to head to my car, I heard her whisper again, "Be careful." It had been a week since the incident, and I had almost completely forgotten about it. I heard the occasional whisper and catch a glimpse of something red in the corner of my eye, but never anything specific. Fate would have it, I had to go pick up my mom from the bus station, and the only way there was, you guessed it, was past the road with the chapel. The drive was uneventful until I got to the crossing in front of the chapel. I was getting nervous remembering what had happened, so I turned the radio on louder and tried to find a relaxing song. And that's when it came. The smell of lavender. I looked up from the radio, and there she was. She was standing in front of the car. She looked exactly as she had before, but different at the same time. Older, tired. I screamed and got out of the car. I started running in the field behind me. I was losing it. The tears came, and I succumbed to my fate. I turned around to face her, as I could feel she had followed me. "What do you want from me?" I screamed at her. "I want you to hear me out, child. I want to protect you. I'm running out of time and you have to help me." I was lost for words, but somehow mastered the courage to reply. "Me? Help you? Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful and evil? Aren't you the devil?" She came next to me, and this time, she smiled. "My lovely child, yes, I was powerful once, but evil, never. As for the name, I kind of hate it. You can call me Lilith." Somewhere in the distance, whistling was heard. I tried to speak, but she cut me off. "Child, you have to understand that what you know is all wrong. The world is in danger, and you have been taught so many lies. You have been deceived. I am not the one you should be afraid of. I am not the one that is going to hurt you. I was God once." Hearing that, I started laughing. I laughed and laughed because I was sure I was crazy. This could not be happening. This thing in front of me, Lilith, was claiming to be God. She grabbed my hand, and my laugh was cut short. "Child, you have to understand," she said. "I don't have much time. Can't you see I am different? I am getting older, dying even. He found a way to make it happen. And if I am gone, there is no one to save you. See through the lies. Believe me." The whistling was heard again. Closer. She squeezed my hand with profound urgency and pleading eyes. Whatever made me say the next words changed my life forever. "Okay, let's say I start to believe you. How can I help? What is even happening?" The wind picked up suddenly, and I saw her shivering. "Not here," she said. "I will explain tonight. In the chapel. Tell no one where you are going. Don't even think about it in your mind. He is everywhere." And with that, she disappeared. I was left alone once again, thinking that I was insane, imagining things. The red mark on my hand where she held me, though, was there to prove me wrong. I suddenly remembered about my mom and checked the time. I was surprised to see that no time had passed, and somehow, I was standing right next to my car. I decided to do what I was told and not dwell on it in my head. I don't know who he was, but I was suddenly afraid. The rest of the drive was uneventful, and I have to admit that seeing my mom made me feel better. Upon returning home, we sat down and had dinner together, happily chatting away and reminiscing about the last time she came to visit. Suddenly, she stood up and proceeded to say she had a gift for me. She ran out to the car and brought in this little packet and gave it to me. "I hope you like it, my dear. It's a new perfume. Try it," she said. I thanked her and proceeded to open it. I took the cap off to smell it and froze. It was lavender. I tried my best to hide my horror from my mother and casually asked her why she chose to buy me this specific one. In retrospect, I wish I never asked, because her answer chilled me to the core. She explained that she was in a shop struggling to buy me a present when a girl approached her. A girl roughly my age, with a lovely red dress. Her hair was the darkest black, and so were her eyes. My mom said she was instantly drawn to the girl, and they started chatting. The girl was really interesting to hear that my mother had a daughter and asked all sorts of questions about me. She said the girl suggested the perfume because it was her favorite. My mother said the girl seemed sure that I would love it, as lavender had such a soothing and familiar scent. I wish I could tell her how wrong she was. With this discovery in my mind, I decided I couldn't hear anymore, so I found an excuse to cut the conversation short and put a film on. A couple of hours later, I said goodnight to my mom and headed up to my room. The time was almost midnight. I made sure my mom went to bed, waited a bit until she fell asleep, and got ready to make my way to the chapel. I was terrified, but also determined, just to find out what was going on. "Okay, Lilith," I whispered as I got in my car. "You have my attention." As I left my house to drive to the chapel for my meeting with Lilith, I was sure someone was following me. I choked it up to my nerves and drove on. I barely realized how I got there because my mind was preoccupied with wondering what she was going to tell me. I parked the car down a small alley so I wouldn't be visible, took a deep breath, and went in. Upon entering, all my nerves and agitation disappeared. The lavender scent was there, and all the candles were lit, giving the inside of the chapel a soft, warm glow. That kind of made me smile. I scanned the room with my eyes until I found her, and that's when my smile disappeared. She was hiding in the corner, visibly shaken, and I could see a slash on her right cheek. What made a bigger impression on me, though, was that once again, she looked older and a lot more tired. I approached her with caution and whispered her name. She suddenly looked up, and I noticed her eyes light up when seeing me. "Oh, I'm so glad it's you. I was scared he found me again. Eve, come closer. I need to tell you everything before it's too late." The way she said my name made me shiver. Familiarity struck me, and I was left numb. I felt I had seen this before. For the first time since first seeing her, I felt I really knew her. She caught up with the change in my demeanor, and she came closer. "So you've started to remember? I was hoping we would never have this conversation again. I was hoping that I had managed to keep you safe." I held her hand and tried to concentrate, but couldn't. "Please tell me what is happening, Lilith. Yes, this all seems familiar, but I can't piece anything together." She smiled softly, that warm, knowing smile, and she started her story. "Eve, first of all, you have to understand why it is vital you stay safe. It all started thousands of years ago. My father created me and my brothers, his angels. We were powerful beings and gladly helped Father to create the rest of the world. After we had finished, Father was content, but I felt empty. I felt that this beauty, this creation went underestimated. I felt we needed to create more, and so I did. I created you, Eve, and alongside you, Adam. I knew Father would never approve, as he wanted to be the sole creator of everything in the universe. You see, Father was loving, but within limits. You could never defy him. You had to obey his rules. I kept you and Adam safe in the Garden of Eden, and you were so happy. Believe me, Eve, you were truly happy. But one day, the inevitable happened. You called me your God, a word so powerful on its own that it stirred things, changed the balance. And he knew. I begged him to spare you. I begged him to take it out on me, to leave you and my children alone. And he promised he would, Eve, if I gave up my heavenly rights and walk out of heaven, once and for all. He promised he would allow you to keep living. I had no choice, and left. But Father was cruel. Yes, he kept you alive, but he tainted your existence. He made you miserable. He made you believe he created you and that he owns you. He made you hate me and praise him. Eve, you have to understand that you never deserved this. Humanity never did. You did nothing wrong. The books and teachings of everything is a lie. You are innocent, Eve. At this point, I was crying my eyes out. My memory was still hazy, but I knew this was true. But how did I get here? I managed to ask. How can I be alive? Yes. You always ask me this. You have to understand that Father didn't count on one of his favorites loving me more than him. Michael let me know of Father's plan to deceive you with an apple, so I managed to put some of my grace in it. Once you took a bite, you became immortal, Eve. When your body dies, you simply move on to a new one. And it's the same for Adam. I have managed to keep you safe by erasing your memory from time to time. But he knows. Michael is long gone, and this is my last chance. You have to find Adam. You have to find him and help him remember. And then, you have to save the world. I was lost for words. I looked at her and tried to understand what was happening, when suddenly, the all-too-known whistling came. Lilith screamed in agony, and the candles went out. An icing feeling came over me, and I saw a shadow move closer. This was surreal. It was pitch black in the chapel, but still, the shadow was clearly visible. It was like it was sucking all the air out of the room. I almost fainted when I heard his voice. I finally found you, child. I screamed in terror. The candles came back on, and I saw him. He was standing behind Lilith, and he looked nothing like I imagined. He was holding her close, hugging her, but you could see that she was hurting. Who are you? What do you want from me? I asked. He laughed this roaring laugh that reached the bottom of my soul. I wasn't talking to you, he said. I was talking to my child, the one that betrayed me. Lilith, why would you do this to your own father? Haven't we been through enough? Don't you miss heaven? Lilith looked at him with disgust. You are not my father. You kill or cast away anything that doesn't fit your rules. What have you done to Michael? Yes, Michael. The other disobedient child. Let's just say, Michael has been reprogrammed. He knows where he belongs now, he said while grabbing her tighter. I couldn't take it anymore, and I lunged at him. He stopped me with his eyes. The pain was excruciating, and I howled. He laughed, and I could hear his laughing in my head. Please stop hurting her. Please, Father, stop. Lilith screamed and managed to escape his grasp. She put her hand on my forehead, and immediately, the pain was gone. Oh, Lilith, aren't you tired of wasting your grace? She is clearly not the savior you think she is. You will die in vain." And with that last comment, he pulled her close once again, and flames engulfed her. She fell backwards with empty eyes, looking at the ceiling. "What did you do to her, you monster?" I cried, but he was long gone. The lavender scent had disappeared, and all I was left with was darkness and this cold whisper. Don't they say that God works in mysterious ways? You ever see an opportunity and think, that's too good to be true? Read through the fine print, find out more about it, waiting with bated breath for when it turns out you're right. Here's a piece of advice I'll give you. I'm sure you've heard it before. I did too. Yet here I am now. When something seems too good to be true, it is. I'm sitting here, 9 more hours at this desk watching security feeds. Then I get to go home and wonder why the fuck I believed that this overpaid and seemingly easy security position didn't come with the catch. Why I didn't notice all the red flags in between seeing the offer online and getting here. Why I genuinely believe I'll be lucky to have a chance to regret my decision after my shift. Let's go back to earlier today. There I was, switching between browsing through Reddit and flipping through local job offers, when a refresh of a local job listing site revealed something that caught my eye. A basic security position. Job description basically amounted to locking the doors at night, watching cameras, and calling the company if anything bad happened. And in the description, they said that they would pay $37 an hour. I was immediately skeptical of the high wage for a basic security job, especially considering the company had next to no info on it on the web. Their small website had pictures of the founders and outside of their buildings, but didn't even say what they did. However, I had the qualifications from a class I'd taken a year ago, and the possibility of walking away with $300 for a night's work seemed too enticing even though it might have been a scam. I figured it couldn't hurt to send in a resume and see what happened. I got a call from a private number not even an hour after submitting my application. The conversation was odd. The person on the other end of the phone seemed like they had no experience hiring people before, and their voice seemed somewhat stressed and worried. A couple more red flags, but I was still in the it could be legit and if it's not, I haven't lost anything kind of mindset. I'll try to recreate the phone conversation here. "Hello? Is this Christopher?" said the voice on the other end. I replied, "Yes, speaking. Who is this?" "This is, I work for Crossmark Inc. I'm Daniela Edwards. Head of security, head of HR. Former head of security. I'm calling because you submitted an application with us." Daniela paused. I waited expectantly for her to continue, but when the silence dragged on a moment too long, I realized she was done speaking. "What about my application?" "Oh, we would like you to come in for an interview. Your credentials looked good, yeah. Can you come into 1443 Lawson Road in 2 hours?" I was surprised. It seemed to be like either A, it was a scam, or B, they needed the position filled fast. Maybe even by tonight. If it was the latter, I was pretty sure I could talk them up to an even higher wage. So I made my decision there. I'd check out the address on Google Street View and see if there was any other info on it before I went there. And if it seemed off, I just wouldn't show up for the interview. "Sure thing, thank you." Daniela hung up the phone before I even finished speaking. Fast forward 2 hours later, I was arriving at a fenced-off property in my city's industrial district, occupied by 2 buildings. They bore minimal markings and logos, but appeared to be in fair condition, and supposedly still belonged to the company I was going there to see. I pulled my 2001 Honda Civic through the gates and into the parking lot. Something felt slightly off right away, though I didn't pick up on what it was until later. The parking lot was empty, except for one other car. I stepped out and walked into the larger one-story building facing directly onto the parking lot. The door was unlocked. The receptionist's desk sat empty, and I recalled noticing that there was dust on the blades of the fan that sat there. There was no email address in the post on the job site, and Daniela had called me from a private number. Unsure what to do, I waited in the small lobby for a few minutes and looked around at my surroundings. The entrance was a single glass door, and the front wall was made up of floor-to-ceiling windows. A metal shutter system rested on the outer wall above the glass, and a control panel on the wall inside. The receptionist's desk sat against the wall opposite of the door. On either side of the room were 8 chairs and 2 small coffee tables, complete with old magazines. To the left, a short hallway led past a single door on either side, terminating at a heavy unpainted metal exterior door, bearing dents of various sizes and shapes. For some odd reason, the exterior door made me feel uneasy. All 3 doors contained a single small window, the kind with wire mesh inside it, obscured by black paint or cloth on the inside. To the right led another hall. Oddly enough, I can't recall the length, and I usually have good attention to detail. Was it 4 doors on either side? No, 2? 16 maybe? I'm not even sure if it had a length. I didn't look at the end of the right hallway. Behind the receptionist's desk was another longer hallway, terminating in a T intersection. The first door on the left was made of brown painted metal and bore a small placard of Security Office. After waiting for a minute, a man rushed in through the front door. "Sorry to have you waiting. I'm Joshua Collins, head of HR." He spoke quickly and seemed frantic and skittish. He didn't hold eye contact for more than a second at a time. As he shook my hand, I could feel his palms were sweaty and cold. "Christopher Newman." I paused for a second, suddenly hit by a wave of skepticism, and decided to test if he could keep his story straight. "I spoke to a woman named Daniela Edwards on the phone. I thought she said she was the head of HR." Joshua ignored me and continued. "Mr. Newman, my company needs a new security guard fast. The last 2 quit this morning, and we can't afford to go a night without someone watching the property. We've tried to get you here as fast as possible because you'll need to be ready for work by sunset. We're in a rush, so we'll skip the usual process. If you're able to start right now, then you can consider yourself hired. The salary is $37 an hour, non-negotiable. Sign this NDA and you can start right now." I didn't like how pushy he was being, but it had showed that I was right. They were looking for a fast, probably temporary hire, and I wasn't about to turn down that kind of money. I flipped through the NDA. It was pretty long, so I skipped most of it, but I know how these contracts are. Don't disclose company secrets, yada yada. I signed it and followed Joshua to the security office. The orientation was short and simple. "Here's your keychain. This one opens the security office door. This one opens most of the other offices. This one controls the shutter on the front windows. Here's your mag light. You can use this as a baton in a pinch, but you're better to lock yourself in the security office and call us if you see anything suspicious. All you have to do is sit in the office and watch the camera feeds. You don't need to patrol since you don't have a partner to watch the feeds when you're gone. We don't provide a uniform, so you can just put your badge on your shirt. The front door's the only one that's unlocked right now. Ignore the exterior doors and the offices in the long hallway. Lock the front gate. And that's it." "What's this binder for?" I asked, pointing at a white binder on the desk, bearing the company logo. "Oh, read that on your shift." Joshua looked uncomfortable at the mention of the binder. and avoided my gaze as he stammered out his reply. He didn't wait to see if I had any further questions before he hurriedly left, getting into the only car in the parking lot, apart from mine, and speeding off. I assumed my security guard role right away. I went outside and locked the gates, closed the metal shutter over the front glass, and locked the front door. Then I sealed myself in the security office and opened the binder up. That binder is what prompted me to write this down. When I opened it, I expected a long, boring write-up of company policy involving various situations that may happen after hours. Specific rules for dealing with burglars and vandals. You know, that sort of thing. Instead, there was only one page. What was on that page made me realize that this job was in fact too good to be true, and is why I'm genuinely terrified right now. Welcome to Crossmark Inc. There are 10 company rules security personnel must follow in order to ensure their safety and well-being. The long hallway is off limits. If you cross the threshold from the lobby, turn around immediately and walk back. Do not run. Do not look at the long hallway for prolonged periods. If any security camera shows it, shut it down immediately. Do not open the door at the end of the short hallway. Building 2 is off limits and is to be observed only via camera feeds. If you must go inside, use only the front door. The coffee machine will automatically turn on at 2:17 a.m. Ensure a cup is placed beneath it prior to this time. When the liquid is dispensed into the cup, place it outside the door of the security office. Lock the door and do not open it again until 2:37 a.m. Do not leave the security office between 4:01 and 4:02 a.m. If you hear a female voice coming from an indeterminate point within the building, unlock the door on the left of the short hallway. Do not enter the room unless the voice invites you to do so. Do not look at her face. If you hear a male voice upon unlocking the door, return to the security office immediately. If you feel you're in immediate danger, call this number using the phone in the security office. Do not contact emergency services before sunrise. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to leave Crossmark Inc. before sunrise. I have 9 hours left in this shift. I'd rather walk out of here broke than stick around for the rest of the night, but the instructions made it clear that I'll have to stick it out until morning. Wish me luck. Update. It's 2:15 a.m. It's been fairly uneventful so far, and I hope I don't jinx it by saying that. I've just stayed in the office and split my time between watching security camera feeds and watching YouTube to calm my nerves. It's demon coffee time in 2 minutes. The cup is already in place, and I'm hoping everything goes well. Update 2. 3:30 a.m. Demon coffee disappeared after being left outside the door. I heard something knocking and scratching at the door during the time I was told to keep it closed, though I wasn't able to see it on the cameras. The only one watching the office door started showing the long hallway, and I had to turn it off. There's a persistent shadow in the corner of the room that seems darker than a normal shadow. It doesn't go away, even when I shine my flashlight right at it. The instructions didn't say anything about a shadow, so I'm just going to not touch it, and occasionally check to see if it changes in size or moves or anything. Still haven't heard the woman's voice. I could have sworn I glimpsed a humanoid figure on the Building 2 cameras a few times, though I can't find it when I suspect my feeds more closely. I no longer have even the slightest doubt that this place is haunted as shit. Update 3. 4:29 a.m. I was feeling pretty shaken, so I didn't write this up immediately, but here's basically what happened. I'll put it in more detail in my next post. At 3:45, I heard the woman's voice. I was going to ignore it until 4:02, but it got louder and louder until it hurt, and I gave in. She invited me in, but I heard the male voice as soon as I sat down, and I ran back to the office. As for what happened at 4:01, I'll write that up later. I'm still really shaken by it. I'll just say I was glad for the reinforced metal door on the office, and that I really regret taking this job. I guess I'll pick up where I left off. At 3:45 a.m., the female voice began to whisper in a language I didn't recognize. Might have been completely gibberish for all I know. Starting from a point to my left and seemingly changing direction as it spoke. I was planning to stay in the office and wait until 4:02 to unlock the door. But what started as a whisper got louder and louder until it began to actually hurt. The voice was all I could perceive. It came at me from every angle and seemed to scream directly into my mind. I realized that it had only been 2 minutes since she started speaking, and I'd go mad if I had to wait another 14. I ran out of the office, past the dust-covered receptionist desk, and into the short hallway where I fumbled with my keys to unlock the door. The screaming stopped as soon as I opened it. The interior of the room is hazy in my memory, but I clearly recall a desk with a chair on either side, illuminated in the middle of a room so dark I couldn't see anything else. A woman sat on the far side of the desk and motioned for me to come in and sit down across from her. Walking through the darkness was odd. My footsteps didn't make any noise, and my senses somehow seemed muffled. I had only just sat down when a male voice let out a distressed cry, and I sprinted back to the office without looking back. I made it back at 4 o'clock. I couldn't have spent more than 20 seconds inside the room. I said in my last post that what happened between 4:01 and 4:02 really shook me up. I promised I'd write it down here. Maybe getting it out loud would help me stop remembering that thing. When the clock struck 4:01, I heard a blood-curdling inhuman scream from the lobby. On the camera feed, I don't know what it was that I saw. Something inhuman. I know that. I can't recall its shape. Dark. A little bigger than a person. Seeing it then, and recalling it now, instills a horrible fear in me. So intense that I don't think I'll ever sleep again after seeing it. That thing, it sprinted out of the long hallway into the lobby. It ran to the exterior door at the end of the short hallway, beat at it for a few seconds with limbs that I could neither see nor hear, but was nonetheless sure it could kill me in an instant. It gave up on the door, and instead began sprinting back and forth in the hall outside the security office. All I could do was watch it run left and right on the cameras, listening to that horrible scream and the oddly arrhythmic thumping of its formless feet on the cheap linoleum tiles. As I watched it sprint, it suddenly looked at the camera. It had no eyes. I didn't see the rest of its face. All I know is that it stopped then, and I was affixed by its eyeless gaze, until even its scream seemed to fade into the background. I felt it staring at me, burning with a foreign, alien emotion mixed with curiosity. Curiosity that suddenly became hatred. As I looked at it, I knew this thing hated me more intensely than I had ever known anything could hate. It wanted to kill me. It would run forever through fire and hell in pursuit of me, would never stop until I died by its hands. I would never be free of its unending hatred. It would hunt me down until the day I died. It tore its face from the camera and lunged at the office door, and I had suddenly became aware that it had never stopped screaming. As it began to beat upon the scratched painted metal, I don't know how many arms it had. It could have been anywhere from 2 to 9. It seemed to change every time it hit the door. Its screams, as alien and inhuman as they were, seemed to grow frustrated. It desperately needed to get in, needed to rip me apart, and this fucking door was keeping it from the only thing it truly wanted. This piece of metal, this creation of the abomination that is man, was stopping it from attaining the only thing it cared about. The monster's screams rose to a demonic crescendo as the door rattled more and more. I was sure it was about to give out under the stress. Just as I was beginning to accept that I was going to die here, The cacophony of screaming and clanging cut off abruptly. I checked the time. 4:02. I checked the cameras, deciding to test my luck with the one I'd turned off earlier, since it was showing the long hallway, no sign of the monster, and the door was, oddly, undamaged. As soon as I was sure the screaming monster was gone, I opened the binder and used the office phone to call the emergency number. It rang for a long time before someone picked it up.
Daniela Edwards. Let me guess. It's the screamer?
You? How did you know?
Comes out at the same time every night. Stays for exactly 1 minute. Please only call for stuff that's not in the binder.
I felt that thing staring into me. What happened to the last guy to look it in the eye? Am I safe? She hung up without another word. I glanced uneasily at the shadow in the corner, its ominous presence somehow diminished by the fact that it hadn't moved. I resigned that my next bathroom break would be at the nearest place that sold coffee, and the next time I would leave the room would be at the end of my shift. The rest of the night was stressful. The dark figure in Building 2 kept appearing on the feeds in the corner of my vision, only to vanish as soon as I tried to look closer. Several times, I noticed cameras showing parts of Building 2 that weren't there before. An office door down the hall from me opened and closed at its own regular intervals, making me jump every time. At 5:55, every odd-numbered camera showed the long hallway, and I had to frantically turn them off. I could have sworn a few of them had showed a vague, eyeless face in the distance. I noticed that the clock on my phone was about 16 minutes behind the one on the wall. I decided I'd wait until the slower of the two showed it was time to go. I didn't want to risk leaving early and getting caught by whatever was responsible for the rule to stay here until dawn. I'll just write a simple log of what happened in the final hours of my shift, because it's easier to follow. 6:30. Camera 4 showed a man with my build and hair color in the lobby, and he had my face. But something seemed off about it. I blinked, and he vanished. 6:57. Camera 6, which looks down the short hallway, showed the heavy metal door rattling for about 20 seconds. 7:13. The chair at the receptionist's desk fell over. 7:15. The receptionist's chair was standing up. The layer of dust on it was untouched. 7:32. Camera 16 showed a hallway in Building 2 that, based on my perception of its layout, would have been outside the building's footprint. 7:50. I noticed symbols, or perhaps characters in a foreign language, that appeared to be drawn in dust on the receptionist's computer screen, an ancient CRT monitor with a beige plastic exterior. 8 o'clock. Symbols are gone. The shadow in the corner of the room has disappeared. Sunlight finally begins to slip around the edges of my shutters. My shift ended at 9. You can be damn sure that I wanted to book it out of there as soon as I could. On my way from the office to the door, something in the long hallway caught my attention from the corner of my eye. As hard as I tried not to look at it, it forced me to turn my head. In the hallway, a long distance away, maybe 100 yards, maybe a few steps. Distance doesn't really work right there. Was a face. It had no eyes, just depressions in its skin, if it even had skin, where eyes should have been, and it grinned at me with human teeth. It took a huge amount of willpower, but I managed to pull my gaze away from it, open the shutter and front door, unlock the gate, and drive away so fast that if there were cops in the area, I'd have had my license taken away then and there. I threw my keys onto the ground in front of the door. I felt the thing's gaze burning into the back of my head as I sped away. It became less intense with distance, but I still feel it watching me now, at home, across the city. Faint, but not gone. I haven't slept. I haven't eaten. I tried to contact the company, but I can't find a damn thing about them online. Their website is gone. Google returns no results. And on Google Maps, there's no company listed at their address. There's no history of them on the job listing site. I even had foresight to write down the emergency number in the binder. But calling it gives me an automated message, telling me the number is no longer in service. A check arrived in the mail earlier today. No return address. And the name on the check, Joshua Collins, wasn't enough to go off of. It came with the note. Here's the night's pay. I have a feeling you won't be back for another shift. Any residual effects you experience should disappear over the coming days. Thank you for working at Crossmark Inc., a subsidiary of Extra Normal Containment Solutions. Joshua Collins, Project Lead. I don't know what the fuck I got myself into. I hope I don't get tied up in any of this. Extra Normal Containment Solutions sure sounds a whole lot like a real-life equivalent to the SCP Foundation. And if they're anything alike, I'd prefer to stay the fuck away. I know for a fact that I won't ignore red flags in the hiring process like that ever again. I'll never sign up for a suspicious job offer as long as I live. It's fully cemented in my mind now. When something seems too good to be true, it is. I'm sure you've heard of the Ronald McDonald House charity. They provide housing for the family of sick kids when they're in the hospital. Seems pretty innocent, right? Well, there's another side of the charity. There's another type of Ronald McDonald House, one that not many people know about. There's one in most big cities. You won't find it by looking for it. It doesn't have an address. It doesn't have a sign above the door. It doesn't even have windows. No, the only way you'll see it is if you're taken there. That's how I found out. I've never met my real parents. I've been in and out of foster families and group homes here in Detroit since I was a kid. I'm 15 now, and I'm what they refer to as a bad kid. Always causing trouble, always getting thrown out, and placed with another unsuspecting do-gooder who thinks they can help me. I always prove them wrong. My caseworker sat across the black metal table, looking weary and frazzled. On the table between us was a thick letter-sized brown envelope, my case file. "Well, your reputation has preceded you," she said, "and now you only have two options. Military school in Lansing or the Ronald McDonald House, which has miraculously cleared you for acceptance." I didn't have the patience for drill sergeants and 5 a.m. wake-up calls. And how bad could a halfway house named after a fast food clown possibly be? Ronald McDonald House it was. Dark clouds loomed above me the day I climbed into the back of my caseworker's town car. My few belongings in a backpack and the clothes on my back. That was all I could take. One of those few belongings was a photo album, filled with pictures of all the foster families I had been with. It was nice to remember some of them, even though I had royally fucked it up each time. "I've had a few cases who went through the Ronald McDonald House," the caseworker said from the front seat. "Things went so well for those kids. I never had to transfer them anywhere else. In fact, the house took over their case files and everything." We drove into downtown Detroit, past all the familiar landmarks. I had been thrown out of one of the foster homes just outside of town, because I snuck into downtown Detroit with some neighbor kids to sneak into a dive bar. Good times. Well, here we are. The car came to a stop. I looked out the window. We had parked in front of a tall, gray, windowless building, sandwiched between two other industrial buildings on a narrow city street. I noticed there was an address on the building to my left and the one on my right, but none on this particular building, not even a sign. "Are you sure?" I asked, hesitating as I opened the car door and climbed out of the back seat. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, clinging tightly to the strap, and followed the caseworker up to the windowless metal doors. She pressed a buzzer, spoke to someone inside, and the doors clicked to unlock. We walked in. As soon as the metal doors closed behind us, I noticed the pin-drop silence. It was the sort of silence that was so oppressive and empty, it almost deafens you. Across the dimly lit lobby, there was a glass window with someone inside. A secretary. She was turned away, typing something intently. We walked over to the window. The caseworker rang a bell on the counter, and the secretary spun around in her chair. Her face was painted like a clown, like Ronald McDonald, in fact. She even had the short, curly red hair. Otherwise, she wore a typical white nurse's dress. I wanted to laugh at how bizarre it was, but I couldn't. A chill swept down my spine. Something was not right. I watched as the nurse and my caseworker interacted. Paperwork was passed through the window. My caseworker slid the case file under the glass as the nurse slid her some papers to sign. As my caseworker signed the papers, the nurse looked at me. Her smile should have been warm and welcoming, but all I saw in her eyes was hunger. "I can't stay here," I stammered loudly. "Take me to the military school in Lansing, please." "What's the matter, sweetie?" the nurse asked, her voice slightly muffled by the glass. "Afraid of clowns?" I looked into her hungry eyes. Now there was a malicious glint as she laughed. My caseworker laughed too, obviously, and said, Now, don't overreact. You'd hate the military school. Besides, this'll be good for you." Before I could object, I heard a slam behind me. I spun around to see an open door in the far corner of the lobby, to the left of the front desk window. There was no one there, just some lights that flooded in, then creeping shadows, shrill echoing laughter and growing shadows along the walls inside the door. "Oh," said the caseworker, "here comes the welcome committee." As I stared in horror, clutching the strap of my backpack, my caseworker patted me on the shoulder for the last time. "Don't worry, honey. It'll be different this time. You'll feel right at home here. I promise." She turned to go. I felt bile churning in my stomach. "No," I said desperately. "You can't leave me here." "Oh no, I've got to get going. I've never really liked clowns." And with that, she left me there. The metal door slammed behind her, and I was alone. I faced the open doorway by the front desk again. The shadows had almost entered the room, and the piercing laughter was filling the lobby with sound. I ran for the front doors. I pounded and yanked and pushed and screamed. Screamed for help. Screamed for my caseworker. Screamed for anyone. Please, God. I turned to see the nurse behind the glass smiling at me again. Then they entered. A whole group of laughing nurses with clown faces and red hair. Some were male, some were female, but all had the same terrifying Ronald McDonald makeup. And in the dim light of the lobby, I could see the glint of metal tools in their hands. Coming up from behind was a pair of clown nurses rolling a metal table, complete with restraints. "Get the fuck away from me," I screamed. I pounded at the metal doors again. "Let me out of here." They surrounded me, grabbed me as I thrashed and screamed and tried to tear myself away. They laughed as I kicked and squirmed. They slammed me onto the rolling table and strapped me down. I looked around wildly. I was surrounded. "Let me go," I screamed, twisting and turning and pulling at the restraints. They rolled me through the open doorway and down a seemingly endless white hallway. They laughed and laughed and laughed. They waved their shiny scalpels and razors and needles mere inches from my face, just to make me flinch and scream. It made them laugh even harder. The last thing I remember, before one of them finally injected me, was the hands. Gloved fingers prodded inside my mouth and pulled at my lips, distorting my screams and forcing an unnatural grin onto my tear-streaked, sweaty face. Hot, rancid breath was in my face, and a whispered, perverted voice spoke the words, "We love to see you smile." Then, as the maniacal laughter seemed to rap and wind down, like a dying record player, everything faded to black. I opened my eyes and was blinded by bright lights above, shielding my groggy gaze from the fluorescent bulbs. I turned on my side and looked around. A cell. Tall white walls, covered in scratch marks and stains. There was a small drain in the corner of the floor. My toilet, perhaps. A door with no windows. And on the floor by the door, my backpack. I tried to sit up. My body ached, and the moment I was upright, my vision started spinning. I wondered what they drugged me with. I realized I was shivering. I looked down. I wasn't wearing my own clothes anymore. I was wearing a dirty, ripped hospital gown, bright yellow with a pattern of Ronald McDonald heads all over it. Nothing underneath. I heard faint, muffled sounds coming from somewhere in the building. It sounded like screams. I tried to stand, but couldn't keep my balance. My vision was beginning to stabilize, but my body still felt like rubber. I sank to my knees and crawled over to my backpack. Before I got there, I tried to open the door. As expected, it was locked. I slumped onto the floor beside my backpack and unzipped it. All that remained inside was the photo album. They'd taken my notebooks and pens and my cell phone. Of course they had. I wearily opened the photo album. Instead of the photos that had been in there, ones of myself with my previous foster families. Photos where I had attempted to look happy and hopeful, even though I knew I wouldn't be there for long. Instead of those photos, there were crime scene photos, and in each one, I recognized one of my former foster families, brutally murdered and covered in blood. My heart raced and my stomach churned. I began to turn the pages quicker. Each page a new photo, a new family, new carnage. I recognized their faces and the inside of their homes. I had lived with these people, and now they were all dead. I came to the last few pages. There was a photo of a house at night, then a window of that house, then inside the house, a dark hallway with light coming from one doorway, then a photo of my caseworker, brushing her teeth in the bathroom mirror, then a photo of her looking at the cameraman in horror, then a photo of her, naked, covered in her own blood, contorted into an unnatural position in her bathtub. I turned to the last page. Written inside the back of the photo album were these 3 words: "You never existed." I felt bile rising in my stomach. I threw the book to the ground, crawled over to the hole in the floor, and vomited. They were right. Having killed everyone who ever knew me, it was as though I never existed. I heard more faint screaming in the distance and knew I had to get out. I wiped the vomit off my face with my hospital gown and crawled back over to my backpack. Hopefully, they hadn't found my secret weapon. I unzipped the front pocket and reached down into the very bottom, my fingers scraping the fabric. Sure enough, there they were, flush with the seams in the bag, nearly undetectable. The pins I used for picking locks. I told you, I'm a bad kid. I leaned against the door and listened. I could hear footsteps approaching, but just as soon as they arrived, they faded in the other direction. I knew I had to work fast. I jiggled the handle with one hand and picked the lock with the other. It was surprisingly simple. Holding the handle, I slowly pulled myself to my feet. I could maintain my balance now. I pulled the door open just a crack. A clown nurse started past. My heart almost stopped. But his footsteps didn't slow or change, and soon faded. He didn't notice me. I poked my head out the door. There were seemingly endless white hallways in either direction. The distant screams were louder now, coming from all around. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind me. I decided to go to the right, passing doors identical to the one I had been behind. I heard screams and sobbing. I stopped for a moment at one door and heard the crying of a child inside. I jiggled the handle to see if I could let him out. Locked. I kept moving, looking behind me every few seconds to make sure no nurses had come into the hallway. Then I passed a set of white double doors. I stopped again. The word "Play Place" was written in tall, thin letters across the width of both doors. I heard more screaming coming from within, the screams of multiple people, and laughter. The insane, shrill laughter of the clown nurses. I shuddered. I was afraid to find out what sort of torture was happening inside, and I knew I had to keep moving. I saw a door ahead with the stairway symbol and headed for it. As I opened the door, I glanced behind me and saw two clown nurses emerging from the play place room. Their white nurses' outfits were covered in streaks of blood. I quickly shut myself into the stairwell, hoping they hadn't noticed me. The stairwell was dimly lit, with cement walls and rusty railings. I looked at the door I had just closed. There was a red number 5 on it. I must have been on the 5th floor. I decided I had to get to the ground level. Each footstep echoed as I began to descend the stairs. I couldn't hear the screaming anymore, just a low, deep humming sound, like pipes in the walls. It was a welcome respite. I finally came to the door numbered 1. The staircase seemed to descend a few floors lower, but I stopped here and slowly peeked through the door. More white hallways. No clown nurses to be seen. So far, so good. I stepped through the door and walked into the hallway. I noticed I couldn't hear any screaming on this floor, just the buzz of fluorescent tube lights above. I came to the end of the hallway and another set of double doors. A large red cross, the kind you'd see on a lifeguard stand or first aid kit. It was painted across the width of them. I pressed my ear to the door. All I could hear was a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a machine at work. And faintly, a beeping sound, like you'd hear in a hospital room. I knew I shouldn't have opened the door. I knew this wasn't the exit, that I should keep looking, but I had to see. I turned the handle. It wasn't locked. I peeked inside. It was a cavernous white room. Fluorescent lights flicked and buzzed. I saw wires hanging all around, and hanging from the ceiling, in rows, kids in hospital gowns like mine, attached to white wooden crosses affixed to the ceiling, literally crucified. They were silent, their heads drooping forward, their eyes either closed or staring at nothing. Some seemed to twitch a bit, but most were still. Their crosses swung back and forth very slightly, and the hanging wires, they weren't wires. They were intravenous tubes attached to the kids' wrists, tubes sucking out their blood. I almost vomited again right then and there. In the very center of the room, amidst the rows of hanging crosses, I could see where the rhythmic pulsing sound came from. A huge steel cylinder, which seemed to be collecting the blood from all the tangled tubes that dangled from the kids' wrists. I opened my mouth to scream, to cry out in anger. All I could say was, "What the fuck?" That was when the alarms began to sound, loud and piercing, like the police sirens of hell. They must have realized I was missing. I shut the doors and frantically glanced around the hallway to see if anyone was coming. No signs yet. I ran for the stairwell. As soon as I entered it, I heard laughter from above, echoing and reverberating. The clown nurses were coming. I stumbled down the stairs as fast as I could. I must have gone another 3 stories before I reached the basement. I found myself running through a dark sewer-like hallway, with small light bulbs overhead every 10 yards or so. The smell of decay and rotting flesh grew more and more pungent as I ran. The laughter continued behind me. I managed to glance over my shoulder and see a group of them running after me. I saw them come into the light, then become silhouettes again, their smiling faces, gleaming knives, and needles pushing my adrenaline to the max. I ran past alcoves, full of stacked rotting corpses, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't think of anything but escape. I turned the corner and found myself facing the metal rungs of a ladder in the wall. I climbed until my head smacked the ceiling. Below me, the shadows and laughter grew louder. Their footsteps slowed. They were close, and they knew it. I pushed at the ceiling above me, heaving upward and panting and screaming. The clowns were below me, laughing and waving their scalpels. Something cut my leg. I screamed and pushed one last time. The ceiling gave way as a manhole cover slammed onto the asphalt above. A circular opening. I climbed out and frantically pushed the cover back over the hole, blocking out the laughter of the clown nurses below. I laid there on top of the manhole cover for a few minutes as I caught my breath. Rain fell onto my skin. The turbulent night sky above was a welcome sight. I looked around. Abandoned buildings, broken glass, no lights, no cars, no sign of any life at all. A police siren somewhere in the distance. Then, silence. I climbed to my feet. Pain shot through my leg. I looked down and saw the cut on my ankle where a clown nurse had slashed me. Bastards. Limping the best I could, I started to walk. "Hello?" I called out. The only answer was a distant roll of thunder. "Somebody? Help me! Please!" My foot fell onto something soft and mushy. I looked down. A newspaper. I peeled it off the wet asphalt. Most of the ink had faded, but I was able to make out the date. July 13th, 1992. I dropped it, an icy dread filling my stomach. I kept walking. "Can anyone hear me?" I screamed. "Please! Anyone! Please!" My words faded into delirious sobs. I stood still for a moment. The rain had soaked through my thin hospital gown. I shivered as the wind blew. Then I saw a light in the distance. It was a big yellow M in the sky. A McDonald's. Of course. I limped towards it. When I got to the place, I saw that apart from the M, the rest of the building was completely dark. I walked cautiously toward the broken windows and looked inside. Darkness. I turned and surveyed the play place outdoor playground. 10-foot-tall structures of colored tubes for kids to crawl through. Sitting at one of the benches was a familiar figure. The Ronald McDonald statue. You know, the one where you can sit beside him and it looks like he's got his arm around your shoulders. Every kid has seen it. I shuddered at the sight. The doors were unlocked. I walked in, out of the rain. Silence. Darkness. I noticed that the decor wasn't like the modern McDonald's you see. It was the same as it was in the 80s, with white plastic booths and red and yellow tiles. The wind seemed to whisper through the broken windows. I noticed something on the front counter, a black rectangle. I got closer. A laptop. A nearly new laptop. I let out a soft, delirious laugh. I knew what I was supposed to do. I took the laptop outside and sat beside the Ronald statue. I opened it and began to type this story. The rain is falling on the keys, but I don't care. There's nothing left to do now, but wait, because I've been noticing, out of the corner of my eye, Ronald is trying to look over my shoulder. He's laughing now. All I can do is join him. I lost my job a couple of months ago. when the entire business I worked for abruptly went bankrupt and shut down. To make ends meet, I started driving for Uber late into the night. It was about 3:30 or 4 a.m. when I made the last drop-off on the night that it happened. The passenger was a strange, quiet man with a greasy t-shirt. His brown eyes looked flat and dead. I glanced into the rearview mirror as I dropped him off at an old Victorian house. It was in the middle of nowhere. Making sure he left my car so he could wander off and wear a mask made of human skin, or whatever people like that do on their days off. The house looked like something from a horror movie. All sharp turrets and dark windows with a blood-red exterior. Dawn came early that day, a cancerous orange sky looming overhead. Needles of rain abruptly started falling sideways. Tired and hungry, I kept an eye out for somewhere to stop and eat as I drove through the filthy turrets of rain. I turned on the GPS for my apartment and sped through the dirty, empty streets of Frost Hollow. Dark, dead trees rose overhead on both sides of me. I drove on for a few minutes, seeing only a single house far back at the beginning of the road that entire time. I didn't know this area, so I was pleasantly surprised when a brightly lit diner appeared to my left. A blinking sign cheerily read, "Happy's Diner." The parking lot was entirely empty, except for a truck that looked like it had been there for a few weeks. Leaves and dirt covered its windshield, and someone had written "Clean Me" in the grime in giant letters. I heaved a deep yawn as I pulled into the parking lot. I tried to check my phone, but there was no internet or service all the way out here. I hoped they had Wi-Fi in the diner. Happy's restaurant had enormous plate glass windows wrapping around the sides and the front of the building. Light burst out into the dark parking lot in harsh white streams as birds chirped in the forests around me, waking up to the new dawn. The architecture of this place looked straight out of the 1950s. I could imagine James Dean going there and chain-smoking cigarettes over a burger and a coffee. I got out of the car, heading over to the front of the restaurant where I lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. The spicy menthol tobacco gave me a sudden jolt of energy. Blinking quickly, I smoked the cigarette as quickly as I could, feeling wide awake by the end of it. I stood under the canopy of the building, watching lightning erupt with missile flashes across the sky. The street remained dead and empty. I hadn't seen a single other person since I had dropped off the weirdo at the nearby Victorian house. I opened the glass door of the diner, hearing a bell ring overhead. I looked into the empty restaurant, seeing its sparkling clean tables. The smell of fresh coffee rose out in fragrant waves. Shrugging, I went down and sat at a table next to a TV in the corner. It was playing some local news channel. 2 patients at Grey Path Psychiatric Hospital were able to break out by taking a nurse hostage. They apparently planned the attack for weeks, making homemade knives out of screws taken out of the walls and other contraband that went undetected. The nurse escaped soon after, uninjured but in clear distress. The facility is considered a maximum security hospital, with the majority of patients considered criminally insane and held until... "Hey, sorry bud, didn't see you there," a voice called out from the back of the empty restaurant. I jumped, turning to see who was speaking. A man came out in a streaked, dirty apron. He was incredibly fat, probably at least 300 or 400 pounds. 4 greasy chins hung down his neck like the wattles of a rooster. He reminded me of a circus freak, a slug-like man whose heavy footsteps shook the ground as he approached my table. He had red hands like a butcher. His face, too, was beet red and covered in sweat, with a tiny nose in the middle of giant rubbery lips. His name tag said, "Frank." "Morning," he mumbled. "What can I get for you? Our waiter never showed up, so I'm the only guy here. I'll have to take your order and cook it if that's okay." I nodded happily. "Yeah, that's fine. I just want a coffee with extra cream and sugar, and a Reuben with fries and an extra side of coleslaw." He wrote it down on a dirt-streaked pad he had pulled out from his apron, taking a very long time and writing as slowly as possible. I watched his face closely. He reminded me of a clown, but his eyes were gray, the color of steel. They seemed freezing cold, almost inhuman. There was nothing clownish about them. "Okay, bud, that'll be right up. he said, grinning down at me. His yellow teeth were covered in a thick layer of filthy grime. I noticed that some in front were broken, as if he had a bad habit of getting his teeth knocked out in fights. He turned around, heading back into the kitchen in his strange waddling gait. I wondered how Frank had gotten here. There was certainly no public transportation anywhere in this part of the state, but I figured he must have gotten dropped off. I looked down at my phone, hoping to find an open Wi-Fi connection to pass the time, but there was nothing here. Sighing, I looked around the restaurant. A creepy clown mannequin stood in the corner, holding a sign that read, "Be happy, eat those fillings away." Its red and white makeup was all sharp points and hard angles. Around its grinning mouth, the red paint formed into a pointed half circle, accenting the gleaming white teeth that shone between its thin lips. A few moments later, Frank came out with a steaming hot cup of coffee and a bowl of creamer and sugar packets. He plopped them down in front of me, grunting and ambling back towards the kitchen. I smelled the odor of roasting meat and cooking oils rising from the kitchen in delicious aromatic waves. I couldn't wait for my Reuben. Out of all the sandwiches in history of sandwiches, I thought the Reuben was probably the most delicious. The way the corned beef mixed with Thousand Island dressing, sauerkraut and marble rye bread made it seem like those ingredients were made by God specifically to make such a divine sandwich. My stomach groaned as I eagerly waited. I continued scanning the restaurant, listening to the hum of the TV next to me, when I spotted what looked like spatters of blood in front of the swinging kitchen doors. I used to work in a restaurant when I was a teenager, a crappy little pizza place, and I remembered how the ground beef always came soaked in wet blood. I found it odd that no one had cleaned it up yet, though. It looked almost dried and clotted, as if it had been there for a few days. The TV was still talking about the escaped mental patients when Frank finally brought out my plate. I could feel my mouth watering as he laid it out with a clunk on the table in front of me. "Enjoy, buddy," he said, giving me a sly wink. His fish-like lips formed into a faint half smile. He turned away, and I immediately dug in. The Reuben was probably the best Reuben I ever tasted. The corned beef was perfectly cooked, the bread crisp and fresh. The fries were golden and had a nice satisfying crunch. I wanted to compliment Frank, but he was nowhere to be seen. Shrugging, I finished the first half of my sandwich. As I got to the last bite, I noticed something odd and crunchy in the meat. I thought it was a coin or something at first. I immediately spit out the entire wad of half-chewed sandwich onto a napkin. Looking down, in the middle of the meat sat a painted human fingernail. It was ripped off, the bottom jagged and sharp. At the last moment, I felt a sudden urge to vomit. I sat there for a few seconds, simply staring, my mind racing circles like a rat in a wheel. Was it a fake fingernail? How had it gotten in my sandwich? I picked it up, bringing it closer to my right eye. I saw black clotted blood and thin strands of flesh still hanging from the bottom of it. It was definitely not fake. Rising quickly, I grabbed my car keys and phone off the table and started stumbling towards the door. There were no rational thoughts at that moment, just an instant rising sense of panic and dread. That was the moment the lights at the diner cut out. An eerie gurgling laugh floated out of the kitchen. The cancerous yellow light of the new day was filtering through the stormy clouds. I looked through the plate glass front door and saw a face peering in, with wide, insane eyes. I recognized the man I had dropped off at the Victorian house down the road. He had carved a fresh question mark into his forehead, sometime after I had last seen him. His face looked slack and empty as he stared inside, his dead blank eyes roaming left and right, looking for someone, looking for me. In his right hand, I saw an enormous meat cleaver streaked with fresh dripping blood. He raised a trembling left hand and started opening the door. In the darkness and silence of the diner, I could hear every sound amplified 1,000-fold. Every drop of rain hitting the roof, every thudding beat of my heart, every tiny creaking of the door as it swung open. I heard the doors of the kitchen swinging open at the same time. In terror, I frantically turned around, seeing the bathrooms only a few feet away in the corner of the restaurant. As silently as I could, I slunk towards them, afraid to look back. I ripped open the woman's restroom door, peeking out as I closed it behind me. I could see the man holding the meat cleaver, slowly creeping past the tables, bending over to check underneath them. I could hear him whispering to himself, "I must baptize them in the blood and send them out into the world." He muttered quietly, "Must find the blood, eat the body, drink the blood to see God." Silently, I closed the door and groped around the dark until I found the lock. Inhaling deeply, I clicked it to the side. The subtle clicking noise seemed as loud as a gunshot in the silence. I took my cell phone out of my pocket and turned, seeing a scene from a nightmare. Corpses littered the floor of the bathroom. A waitress in a button-up vest sat up against the wall in a corner. She looked to be in her mid-20s with dark brown eyes, black hair and pale creamy skin. Dozens of deep stab wounds gleamed in her chest and stomach. Her neck had been so deeply slashed that her head had nearly been decapitated. Even worse, I saw chunks of flesh cut out of her body, chunks from the meat of her cheeks, arms, legs, and fingers. I suddenly had a very good idea of where the fingernail had come from and what I had been eating. I gagged, retching. Next to her sprawled the corpse of an old man in a business suit. His shirt and jacket had been ripped open, and a giant question mark carved deeply into the loose skin of his bird-like chest. Stuck in one eye, I saw the gleam of a wicked butcher's knife. It sliced the eye in half, the blade disappearing deeply into his brain and skull. The other eye stared glassily up at the ceiling. I heard a light tapping at the bathroom door, a kind of polite knocking that someone might use if they were wondering if it was occupied. I was afraid to breathe. I spun, looking at the wooden door, the only thing standing between me and certain death at this moment. "Is anyone in there?" A low, raspy voice asked, the same voice that had mumbled about drinking blood. "Occupado?" "Hey, question mark, what the fuck are you doing?" the gruff voice of Frank asked. "Did you find him?" His tone rose into one of utter excitement, like a child on his way to Disney World. "The bathroom's locked," question mark replied. "I think we got a little lamb in there, ready for the slaughter." "Ready for the grill, you mean?" Frank said, giving an insane laugh that reminded me of the coldness of an empty space. I turned, running over to the old man's corpse. The game was up. I knew. I wrapped my hands around the sticky blood-coated handle of the butcher's knife. I started pulling up, but it was firmly implanted into the old man's skull. At that moment, I heard a sound that sent waves of terror dancing up my spine. The sound of keys jingling in a lock. A rush of adrenaline made the world brighten up, and my vision turned white in the harsh glare of the phone's light. I laid the phone down on top of the toilet, and with all my strength, yanked up on the knife. Then a wet sucking sound as cold blood sprayed my face and neck. The knife slipped out in a rush, sending me flying back. At that moment, the door flew open. Frank and question mark stood there, side by side. Two grinning lunatics with knives in their hands. The orange light from the sunrise dimly illuminated their silhouettes. They looked over to where the cell phone lay on the toilet, not seeing me leaning against the back wall, breathing heavily in an animal panic. Before they had time to react, I ran forwards, the blade facing towards my attackers. Question mark turned to me at the last second as I brought the knife into his throat. It sliced easily into the flesh. His eyes widened in pain and surprise as he gurgled, choking on his own blood. He tried to bring the meat cleaver up, but his foot slipped on the slick blood coating the floor. I yanked the knife back out, turning to Frank. I saw a flash of metal and felt something pierce deeply into the side of my stomach. A roaring pain like acid burned its way through my flesh, screaming as warm spurts of blood shot from the stab wound. I ran at Frank with the last of my energy, stabbing upwards into his belly and aiming at his aorta in the center. We fell into each other, both critically injured. The blood burst from his ruptured artery, spurting like a fire hose with each rapid beat of his heart. His eyes rolled up into his head as he fell back, landing on the corpse of Question Mark. Staggering and leaning against the wall, I tried making my way towards the front of the store, but I felt the energy draining out of me like water through a sieve. Waves of agony crashed through my body, taking my breath away. I collapsed to my knees, crawling slowly towards salvation. Frothy bubbles of blood flowed over my lips as I coughed, choking. I heard sirens in the distance, approaching rapidly. It sounded like dozens of police cars were heading in our direction. Screaming and crying, I dragged myself towards the front door, leaving warm streaks of blood smeared across the restaurant floor. The gurgling death gasp of Frank rattled noisily behind me. I could feel my life draining out of the deep stab wound in the side of my stomach. As I reached the door, police cars came into the restaurant parking lot with screeching tires. Men began running out with their guns drawn. The world went black as I reached up to the door, wanting only to get out of this restaurant and never see this town again. I woke up in the hospital a couple of days later. Emergency surgery had stopped the bleeding, and many blood transfusions had saved my life. Police were waiting around my bed as I regained consciousness, frantic to ask me questions. I told them I didn't know anything, that I had just stopped at the restaurant to eat and had gotten attacked. We'd gotten multiple missing persons reports over the last few weeks. The gruff homicide detective with a face like a bulldog said, but we didn't connect the victims to the diner until the day we found you there. Both the escaped patients are dead though, thanks to you. He patted me on the shoulder. I shook my head, too weary to respond. If only they had investigated sooner, I could have avoided this entire nightmare. But then again, I would never have tasted the best Reuben sandwich in the universe either. I've always had Wallace and Dan in my life. These two are not just my best friends, they're the closest thing to a family I've ever had. I can't remember a time when they weren't a part of my life. It's not a matter of obsessing over one another. They've just always been there for me. I care for them like they were my own foot or an arm. They just have to be there for things to work, you know? Things weren't going so well for me back in those days. Most of them I sat at home, isolating myself. I didn't eat much. I slept even worse. I was stuck in a dark place, and I couldn't really force myself out of it. Luckily, I didn't have to. I had people in my life who cared enough to take that step for me, and my buddies were adamant about bringing me back on my feet, straighten my back, so to speak. Wallace put together a bit of a celebration. First, drinks at his place, chicken wings, cheese snacks, and poker. Then take an Uber downtown for more drinks and meeting some people. Dan had some friends from work we were gonna hang out with. Good people, like a work family, he said. Not my usual deal, but I could see that I needed to make an effort. So I dug around in my closet until I found something colorful and went to spend a night with the boys. We were originally going to go to Dan's place, but his sister was in town and needed to crash on his couch. She was welcome to come along, but she wasn't up for it. So at the last minute, we switched to Wallace's place, a row house on a rundown street, but in a good part of town. The kind of street that has a cigarette-infused corner shop just across the street from a Whole Foods. Wallace and Dan met me out on the curb. "I don't think he's taking his medicine, Wally," said Dan. "I'd have to agree, Dan," said Wally. "They always did this thing where they kept repeating each other's names when they wanted to make a point. I could see where this was going a mile away. Good thing we had a chat with Dr. Heineken," nodded Dan. "We know your dosage. And if he got it wrong, we got a 3-pack of second opinions from Nurse Guinness," added Wallace. "Nurses can't write prescriptions," I added. "They can in Canada," grinned Dan. "Look it up, it's true. This doesn't look like Ontario to me," I said, "but I get your point." "The man is down bad," huffed Wallace. "He's gonna need all the help he can get." We settled down around the dinner table, had some chicken wings, a couple of beers, and talked for a while. Wallace had a pretty bare bones place, not much stuff on the walls. A living room, a bedroom, and a small guest room that doubled as an emergency storage. It was the kind of bachelor pad that had a slight echo to it if you listened closely, but it had all the essentials: a nice couch, a big TV, and a bed that hadn't had its sheets changed for a solid 2 months. Dan talked a lot about his sister coming to town, how she kept nagging him about pointless things, how he was the one helping her out, and she acted like she was the one taking care of him. "I'm not the one who cheated on my husband and got kicked out," Dan scoffed. "I'm not the one who quit my job on a whim to slack on my little brother's couch." "You're right," Wallace added. "You'd be very faithful to your husband. Bless your heart." "Damn straight," Dan nodded. "Too bad I'm not a woman." "Shame," I said. "I'd marry you." "Of course you would. You both would. I'm amazing." Wallace whipped out a deck of cards and put on something from Netflix in the background. Some reality show. Wallace usually liked to have a lot of sounds going on around him. He didn't like it when things got too quiet. He was from a big family, so it didn't take much for him to feel alone. I was on the opposite side of the spectrum, being an only child. Dan was somewhere in the middle. The two of them might sound like idiots, but they were more successful than people give them credit for. Wallace worked with overseas shipping, and Dan was the shift manager for a bottling plant. Not the kind of titles that needed years of study to reach, but the kind of positions that require a good head on your shoulders. They were solid people, great under pressure, and honest to a fault. We played a couple of rounds, chit-chatting between games. Wallace was a great bluffer. The only thing you could know for sure was that whatever you thought he had something different. But when you figure that out, he changes to something else. He's the kind of player who always plays the person and not the cards, and he's damn good at it. Dan, on the other hand, is a wild card. He can go all in on the most random nonsense, but he can also quit when he's far ahead. He's a complete fluke, but sometimes that's what it takes to beat a guy like Wallace. We'd been playing for about an hour when I had to use the bathroom. I hurried away, locked the door, did my business, and reached for a towel to dry my hands. Problem was, Wallace's bathroom was downright nasty. Toothpaste flicked on the bathroom mirror, and a funky smell seeping into the guest hand towels. I could tell they'd been there for a while. Most things had this faint yellow tinge. I decided to get a fresh towel. I figured he had a couple hidden away for fancy company, so I dug through a pile of fresh laundry. Nothing peculiar there. I dug around some more. As I did, I heard the guys call out from the other room, telling me where to find more toilet paper if needed. There was a cabinet under the sink, a big one. It didn't have any handles, but I could tell you could open it. There was a magnet on the side, so I slid a finger in there and pulled it open. I think it had some kind of lock, because there was a bit of a forceful click. I think I broke it. Something small spilled out and moved across my arms. Maggots. Fat little white things, contracting and extending in sickly rhythm. They were all over the inside of the cabinet. At first, it looked like Wallace had crammed a big black trash bag in there, but looking a little closer, the details got clearer. It was a corpse. The body was wrapped in a black shirt and dark jeans. No shoes or socks. It had decayed into desaturated grayish green, almost mummified. Thin brown hair stretching down a wrinkled forehead, wide open mouth and hollowed out eyes, bone yellow teeth like bars to an insect prison. That's where the smell came from. It wasn't just an unwashed bathroom. There was a dead body. A real, actual deceased human body. "You okay in there?" Wallace called out. "You need something?" "I'm good." My voice was cracking. My arms shook as my heartbeat engulfed every other sound. I tried brushing off the maggots that crawled up on me, but I kept finding more and more. I had to think fast. I brought out my phone and dropped it on the floor, squashing another maggot. I picked the phone back up and snapped a couple of pictures of the body. Then I grabbed a handful of toilet paper, cleaned up the maggots that had gotten out, and flushed them. I put everything back the way it was, but the door kept swinging open a little. I washed my hands again and stood by the mirror for a moment. I honestly thought I was having a nightmare. I couldn't fathom this being something real. A dead body in Wallace's bathroom. No wonder he didn't want us to be here for the pre-party. No wonder he was asking what was taking me so long. If he thought I knew, what would he do? I wiped my hands on the nasty hand towels and went back outside. The air felt warmer, but I think it was just me. Dan had brought out a cheese plate and some crackers. My eyes got stuck on the sharp cheese knife that was waiting on the far side of the table. As I sat down, Dan handed it to me, away from Wallace. "You gotta try this cheddar," he said. "You know I don't care for Wisconsin, but this thing might just change my mind." "Yeah, I'll try it," I muttered. "A little piece." "My honored dude, I'm giving you 3. You're gonna want 3. "All right." Wallace had this ambient smile, and he noticed me staring. His face didn't move a muscle. I'm sure he could see in me something had changed, but he didn't buckle. He just let my eyes stick to his. "It's good cheese," Wallace smiled. "I think you'll like it." "I gotta pace myself," I said. "Stomach's not what it used to be." "Yeah, you were in there a long time," he continued. "Real long time." We played a couple more rounds, passing the cheese plate around. Whenever Wallace picked it up, he did this little flick of a wrist that gave the blade a whooshing noise. Like he held it upside down and then flicked it up with a swoosh. It kept breaking my concentration, and I lost 3 hands in a row. It wasn't even close. I didn't have the slightest idea what to do. I had pictures on my phone. I could excuse myself and call the police, but could I leave Dan alone with him? Should I bring him along? But wouldn't Wallace figure out that I knew if I suddenly got up and left? There was also the possibility that I was wrong somehow, that Wallace hadn't done anything, that this was something else. The body looked really old. If it had been fresh, the whole building would have smelt like death. The body must have been dead for months. But that didn't matter. Wallace had lived here for years. Dan took a short break to use the bathroom, leaving me alone with Wallace. The reality show lingered in the background, covering the living room in Valley Girl banter. Wallace kept his eyes on me as I held the cheese plate near. More importantly, I kept the knife close. "I thought you didn't want to rush your stomach," he said. "You're hogging the cheese there." "I guess Dan was right," I nodded. "It's good." "Mind handing me that knife?" he said. "I want to cut a few slices." "How many you want?" I asked. "I want to do it myself," he said. "No offense, but you cut 'em too thick." "It's fine, I got you," I insisted. "How many you want?" A frown formed on Wallace's face. Subtle, but it was there. Not suspicion, but something else. Frustration. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe I was getting away with it. The discussion burst like a bubble as Dan came back with a vengeance. Salt, lemon, tequila shots. All the while, I could tell Wallace had noticed me keeping a close eye on the cheese knife. The reality show got stuck on the "Are you still watching?" verification check, underlying just how quiet things had gotten. Just the sounds of cards being shuffled and flipped, the occasional clink of a glass. Dan offered me another shot, but I turned it down. My head was already swimming. "You want something fancier?" he asked. "It's a special night. Now's a good time to ask." "No, really, I'm good," I said. A thought crossed my mind, and I held up a finger. I pointed at Wallace as casually as my body allowed. "By the way," I continued, "don't you have that other card game in your car? The one with the white cards and the nasty jokes?" "In my car?" Wallace asked. "You sure?" "Yeah, I think I brought it along last time we went out." "Funny," Wallace said. "That's funny." "No, really," I insisted. "I'm pretty sure you had it." Wallace didn't quite catch what I was going for. Dan, on the other hand, got up from his chair and pointed at the bedroom. "He means Cards Against Humanity, Wally. I think you got it in your bedroom." Dan wandered off before I could protest. I'd wanted to get Wallace separated so I could show Dan what was in the bathroom. Now I was stuck with Wallace again. He gave me a curious look. "You good?" he asked. "You don't seem all there, you know." I didn't know what to say, and by the time I'd figured out a good enough lie, too much time had passed. He could tell I wasn't being genuine. Despite all the drinks I'd had, my tongue was as dry as sand. I gave him a shrug and sipped my lukewarm Heineken. "I don't know," I said. It's been crazy." "You're telling me," he chuckled. "Man, I get it. It's like, when it rains it pours, you know? One day, and it's all upside down, inside out." "Yeah," I nodded. "Sometimes it all just happens." The image of the dead body flashed in my mind. The strangest detail stuck with me, like how long the teeth looked behind the retracted gums. Were all teeth that long? It made me hyper-aware of my mouth, making me smack my lips. "Changes take time," Wallace nodded. "We're here for you if you need it." And with that, he leaned across the table. I thought he was going to pat me on the hand, but instead, he snatched the cheese plate and the knife. He grinned as he cut up a piece of cheddar, giving me a weary smile. "No hogging the cheese," he grinned. "Not cool." Dan came back empty-handed. He found some other board games, but he figured we shouldn't start Monopoly this late. Besides, it didn't go well with tequila. We turned back to poker. Wallace put on another episode of that show. We discussed the details of where we were going and who we were going to meet. Wallace kept talking about this guy from work that couldn't be there, to the point where it made me take note. It was strange for Wallace to bring it up out of the blue. No one had asked. Was he inadvertently telling us who the corpse was? "I don't have a lot of friends at work," Wallace admitted. "I think y'all would like Chris. He's a nice guy. He can be the nicest guy in the world, but we're going for the dames," he said matter-of-factly. "That's just the way it is." "Why couldn't Chris come?" I asked. "He busy?" "Not sure," Wallace said with a shrug, preoccupied. During our next couple of rounds, I had another tactic. I would make sure our glasses were topped off. Both me and Dan had already used the bathroom, so I figured I could get Wallace to go next. That would give me some time alone with Dan. I made sure everyone drank, and like clockwork, Wallace excused himself for the bathroom. As soon as he locked the door, I fumbled my phone out of my pocket. Dan didn't notice anything at first, but as soon as he saw my demeanor shift, a worry settled over him. I unlocked my phone and put a finger to my lips. "Look," I whispered. "We gotta call for help. There's a dead body in there." "What?" It's like he didn't register the words. I might as well have spoken a foreign language. It went in one ear and out the other. "A dead body," I repeated. "Look, I saved it." I showed him the pictures I took. He scrolled back and forth and scoffed a little. He was laughing, as if I was telling a joke. I realized the light in the pictures wasn't the best, and it didn't help that I was holding my phone from a weird angle. It probably just looked like a storage bag covered in white sprinkles. "It's not a joke," I assured him. "It's really there, right under the sink. Stuff like the toilet flushed." I put the phone back in my pocket and looked back up at Dan. His smile had faded a little, but I could see he wasn't understanding. Perhaps, in his world, what I was saying was impossible. So before Wallace got back, I leaned back and whispered, "Go see for yourself. Go back in and check under the sink." Wallace came back and sat down. Dan gave me another look and headed to the bathroom without a word. For the third time, I was alone with Wallace. This time, he could tell I was upset. I couldn't hide it. Not after talking to Dan like that. "You're really not looking well," said Wallace. "Maybe we shouldn't go out." "Maybe." I nodded. "We'll just see how this plays out." "What do you mean?" he asked. "How's what gonna play out?" Wallace leaned over the poker table, keeping the cheese knife close to his body. I listened for Dan to react to the body in the bathroom, but there was nothing. Maybe he was already calling for help while I kept Wallace busy. "You know, whatever," I said. "Whatever happens, happens." "Whatever happens, happens?" Wallace laughed. "Mister, I need to know where bathrooms are at all times. Want to tell me whatever happens, happens? Now I know you're not right." "Well, maybe I'm not," I said, throwing my arms up. "Maybe I'm not okay. Is something bothering you?" He pressed on. "Is it something I did?" "I think it might be." I nodded. "Might be something you did." I've never been the kind of person to confront people out of the blue, especially not people I cared about. But I'd had a couple of drinks, and I wasn't feeling like myself anymore. Hell, nothing felt real anymore. It's like I'd fallen into some kind of bizarro world where one of my best friends had turned into a cold-blooded murderer. But there was no mistaking what I'd seen. Dan got out of the bathroom, and in the split second where Wallace looked up, I snatched the cheese knife from the plate, leaving the cheddar. There was the harsh noise of metal scraping against ceramic as I jumped out of my chair. Holding the knife as a weapon, Wallace got up from his chair and stepped away from the table. Dan backed away with a quiet, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." I pointed at Dan with my free hand. "Dan, call the police," I said. "Call them right now." "What are you doing?" Wallace yelled. "Put the damn knife down." "So you can take it?" I snapped back. "You want to put me under the sink too?" Wallace shook his head, as if trying to rattle the confusion out of his mind. He took a deep breath and looked me in the eye. "What exactly is the problem here?" he asked. "The problem is you got a goddamn body stuffed under the sink." Wallace cocked his head, and with a shrug, he said, "So?" Out of all the things he could have said, that's the one that surprised me the most. I thought he was going to defend himself or straight up deny it. But no, he didn't seem to mind this at all. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I didn't know what to feel. "Dan saw it too," I said. "I took photos." I showed him. "Yeah," said Dan. "Yeah, I saw it." I turned to him. Dan was lined up against the wall, holding his hands like he was at gunpoint. Dan shot Wallace with an accusatory look. "I can't believe you stuffed the damn thing under the sink," he said, shaking his head. "That's lazy, even for you." My feet felt light, and my head heavy. It's like there were so many thoughts pushing into my head that I had trouble keeping my neck straight. Like I was being crushed from the top down. A darkness sunk straight through my heart and settled in my stomach, burning with gastric acid all the way down. "It's temporary," said Wallace. "Bad timing. Haven't had a chance to move it." "You need my truck, Wally?" Dan asked. "It's a bitch to clean, you know." "Should be good," Wallace shrugged. "It's just ash and bone. Won't leave a trace." They were talking like I wasn't there, like I wasn't holding a knife. Did one of them have some kind of hidden weapon? How could they not see me as a threat? I unlocked my phone and dialed the emergency services, but left my hand off the call button. That got their attention. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said Dan. Are you serious? What do you think you're doing?" "I'm not letting you turn murder into a fucking joke. That's what I'm doing." "Holy shit, he's blanking," said Wallace. "Oh, fuck, you're right," said Dan. "He is blanking." I held the phone up with my finger on the call button. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't make sense of what they were saying. I didn't know what to do. And I was just as ready to start swinging that knife around as I was calling for help. My nerves were a coin toss from fight or flight, or come what may. "You're not making any sense," I wheezed. "None of you." Wallace held up an open hand. "Look, I'm sorry," he said. "We didn't realize what was going on. This has got to be traumatic." "Just put the phone down," said Dan. "You can keep the knife." I shook my head. I did nothing. No calling, no cutting, no yelling or screaming. I just observed them and waited for a solution to reveal itself. Wallace stepped out from behind the poker table. The reality show was still rolling in the background. Two girls with wide accents arguing loudly over a birthday cake. "We're celebrating," said Wallace, slowly. "You remember that part, right?" "Yeah," I said. "We're going out. Guys' night out, yeah," he continued. "Do you know why?" "I've been having a hard time," I said. "You wanted to take me out." "That's not a celebration," Dan added. "That's just being good people. This is a celebration. Do you remember what we're celebrating?" Wallace asked. "Do you know that part?" I didn't, thinking back on it. There was a bit of muddled cloud over that part. It had come pretty much from nowhere. The guys had invited me out, and I accepted without a second thought, like we'd done it before, but I couldn't remember when or why. "Sometimes when you do things you wouldn't do, we blank out," Wallace added. "Happens to a lot of newbies." "What the fuck kind of sentence is that?" I let out a joyless laugh. The knife in my hand shook, and long after the laugh was gone, the shaking remained. "You're not you," said Dan from the sidelines. "None of us are. We're, we're different." Wallace nodded. "Better." Wallace pointed to the bathroom, taking a step closer. "That's me in there," he said. "The real me, but I'm real too." Wallace took another step forward and extended a hand. "Give me something," he said. "The phone or the knife or both. But you gotta trust me." "I don't even understand what you're saying," I said. "How the hell am I supposed to trust you?" "Because you know me. You know Dan. You've known us long before we got here. We're the same brood, man. Brothers." "Brood," Dan scoffed, shaking his head. "I don't like that word. Dan, not the time," Wallace said, rolling his eyes. Dan held up a hand apologetically and shuffled away from the wall. Wallace was right in front of me. He slowly placed a hand on the blade of my knife. The Valley girls on TV were laughing now. Drama solved. The cake was safe. "I can tell we helped you," said Wallace. "I can tell that you're the youngest, but no matter the words, you can still feel it. You know you can trust us. But I didn't know shit. I had a murderer wrapping his hands around my weapon, and I was hesitating. I couldn't stop that image. That black shirt, those dark jeans, the plop of fat maggots hitting the ceramic tiles. "You want me to show you?" Wallace asked. "You want to know the truth?" I didn't. I really didn't. I just wanted to go home and forget that entire night. To go back to the time where we were just gonna go out for drinks. Guys' night. And yet, I released the knife and nodded. Wallace dropped it on the floor. "Yeah," I sobbed. "I want the truth." We went out the back door. Dan was in no position to drive, but I saw him lean over a fence and do this strange hulking movement. After a couple of seconds, his stomach rippled, and a transparent glob of jelly rolled out of him like a hairball. Then he was fine. Sober even. No slurred speech. No swinging movement. He went and got his pickup truck. Wallace cleaned up the maggots and wrapped the cabinet in plastic. Once Dan got back, the two of them carried it to the truck and secured it with bright plastic straps. All three of us had to pile in the front seat, sitting side by side, Any other night of my life, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. Now it felt like surrender. They played music and talked. Dan had to call his work friends and tell them we weren't coming to the club. Wallace seemed a bit peeved about it, but there was too much to do. At least, that's what it sounded like. Dan's position at the bottling plant allowed him to access a warehouse, and with that, he could get to some shipping containers. We rolled past a gate with an armed guard. Dan seemed to know him. They waved at each other. Apparently, it wasn't that unusual for Dan to drop by unannounced, late at night on a weekend. We parked. Wallace and Dan got the cabinet. As they did, they gave me a tired look. "You might as well help," said Wallace. "You gonna have us carry this on our own?" I didn't know what to say. I didn't even know if I was still gonna call for help or not. It felt like a part of my consciousness had taken a physical beating. Like the decision-making part of my brain was swollen. The two of them just stood there, waiting for me to lend a hand. They weren't gonna move until I did, so I helped them. I could feel something frail and dry rolling around in the cabinet as we moved, like bags of old cigars. 3 guys and an improvised coffin. Our footsteps echoed against the metal walls. Hollow containers in neutral colors, most of which were rusted or scheduled for destruction. We went to the far end of the building and put down the cabinet. We all took a moment to catch our breaths. The container in front of us was just like all the others. The same neutral color, similar serial numbers, same company logo, a faded blue sunflower print. Dan stepped up and clicked the lock open, then gave me some space, and Wallace tapped me on the shoulder. "When you're ready." The container was slightly ajar. Dan was using the little flashlight from his keychain, casting my shadow across the door. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. I could walk away and never know for sure, or I could fling those doors wide open. There might be nothing inside, and I'd have 2 of my friends murder me. Or there would be something inside that I would be unable to understand. But as long as I was out there, with my hand on the door, I could be anything. A guy being pranked, a victim, a murderer. As long as that door stays closed, I was all of it at once. But I had to know which one was real. The door swung open with a rusty whine. There was a lot of plastic and a lot of chemicals, vacuum-sealed bags. A hand on my shoulder urged me forward. Another hand reached ahead, pointing at one of the corners. "There," Dan said. "That's you." And with that, I broke into 1,000 screaming pieces. I hadn't just been in a dark place these last few weeks. It had been a real, actual space. Somewhere dark and fractured. Somewhere you are born and dying in the same heartbeat, dreaming of a life. And somewhere in there, I dreamt of me. A life not my own, but someone else's. But I dreamt it so clearly, so vividly, that I wanted it as my own. I remember barking, a hunch skulking behind the trash cans, how I'd practiced standing and talking and walking, changing. Dan and Wallace helped me. I knew them from before. There was a body in that container that looked like me. It had succumbed to my dream, and it had been replaced. And I'd wanted so bad for that dream to be real that I'd forgotten. I'd blanked. There was a body, and that body was me. Those were my eyes, unblinking as another fly drank itself fat off my cold skin. "You'll get there, buddy," Dan muttered. "Take your time." My mind cycled. I was real, but I wasn't real. I had thoughts, but they weren't mine. I'd done all I could to get away from that dark, but it was still there. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it. I stood there on my knees, looking at my broken face lit up by a faint pocket light, my eyes looking back at me from behind a sheet of plastic. But those were never my eyes. In so many ways, we were alike, but we weren't the same. Wallace and Dan took me home later that night. They closed the container and locked it back up. We weren't going to use it anymore, and there were no more bodies to hide. The gang was all here. and this ordeal was going to disappear forever. From that night on, there would be nothing and no one that could say it wasn't me. They could run every test on my body, ask me any question, and check every atom of my being. I am me, but every other way, I am not. It's such an alien thought to live with. This one thing is such a small part of my life, but it changes everything. I know I'm no different from what I dreamed I'd be, but that doesn't change the fact that it never happened to me. I wasn't the one who graduated high school or got my driver's license. That was another body, one that I dreamed of, and yet I know all about it. I could point my math teacher out in a crowd, even though I'd never really seen the man with these eyes. I'm just a copy, but Dan and Wallace was different. Not only were they my real friends, they were also something more, something other. And even on that level, we are family. I know there are others, but they're not like us. They're not brood. They want more than to step out of the dark. It's been some time since poker night. The guys originally took me out to celebrate my arrival, or crossing the line. I was the last addition to the group, and we'd finished the replacement just a couple of days prior. I'd gone so far into my new life that I completely blanked on what we'd done. I still can't see it clearly. It's like smoke in a nightmare. We still play poker sometimes, not to celebrate, but just for fun. I still go to work and laugh and joke. I can enjoy a cold beer and watch my favorite show, but there's always that nagging voice in the back of my mind. Am I really enjoying this? Or am I convincing myself that I like this? Am I laughing because that's what I dreamt I should? Or because I find something funny? Where does what's real end and I begin? I don't know why I'm posting this. It's just throwing a message in a bottle into the void of the internet, I suppose. Hell, I haven't even used our real names. Maybe I'm just lying about all of it. Maybe it's just as make-believe as my whole existence. I suppose if there's something I want you to take with you, it is that looks can deceive. Anything can be taken for granted, and anything can be a lie. The greatest perceptible truth of a human life can turn out to be nothing. So maybe we should just enjoy what we have, for as long as we can allow ourselves to have it, even if it's just a poker night with the guys. I guess, as the song goes on, life is but a dream. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night, a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then, I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but the margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a campout kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of pop-up store. It was gonna have all kinds of merch. And by opening day, there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment, I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there would be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extra tickets, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because of all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend. Because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambiance of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-colored hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot. So she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with the guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. I think I might pop the question. "Congrats, love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him my iPad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of the line. He had a friend coming by to drop some stuff off to him, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It would just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner. Doing that, I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. Isn't that strange? I said to Rodney. 2 people have gone to get something, and none came back. Sure, yeah. Strange. He nodded. But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know? I guess. It's just strange. I work at the hospital, he said. I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse. You sure that's it? I asked. Nah, but I got no other explanation. Fair enough. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighborhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street, they cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. Some folks in the back say we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales. Are you shitting me? I scoffed. You can't be serious. A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. This ain't no store opening, he called back. It's an autograph signing. That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown, so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line. It became rapidly apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of the line. I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam, he spat. I'm going home, and you should too. A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it, but as I watched the first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. What is this? Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. Hold on, he said, lowering his voice. Don't go. We should call someone. He agreed, but we could see other people already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. There's nothing here, they said. You sure he didn't just call out to a friend? There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or any sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us, that the officers had something to say about. Nah, it's legit, one said. We were informed that there would be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for though, and even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dogs at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it. That is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk one lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, alright?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into a half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call to report back as they went, but no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep. No dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple of streets down, a barking dog, someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles, just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall, chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. "They keep coming back around." "Who?" I asked. "Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so." "The same guy?" "I don't know. Maybe." We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds, possibly a Saint Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. "Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. "I don't think he's walking his dog." "So what's he doing then?" Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. "Patrolling." It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. "Someone called again," they said. "What's going on?" A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. "I'll stay on the line till I get home," he called out. "I'll keep you updated." It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raised his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. "Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pull in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. They're picking us off, muttered Rodney. Someone is picking us off. But why? I whispered back. What's the point? Think about it, he said. This whole block is basically shut down. Road work, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's gotta be a reason. Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we all lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. Dan works at a bottling plant, the woman with the phone added. I'm in retail. Others joined in. One was an airplane pilot, another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator, all very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift, and who could respond to what call. The translator could listen in on private information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who and where and when. Is that it? Rodney said. Is that what we're here for? But what's the point of taking us out? I asked. This isn't hurting anyone but us. The man walking his dog was back for another round, but it looked like he'd slowed down for a bit as Rodney talked. I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look, and his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m., a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. If we all call someone, we can make a crowd, a man called out. We can leave as a crowd and we'll be fine. No, we have to spread out, someone else said. We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out. Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated, and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. There's at least 8 people patrolling, Rodney tried to say. I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group of people from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running around in different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud growling bark. No, someone pleaded. No, 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 no. There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. A guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home, others were calling the police. But they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park. So they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. I'm getting my guys down here, she said. You'll see. I'm done. She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. We're going, the tattooed woman called out. Y'all can come if you want. A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. Suit yourself, she continued. We're leaving. We watched them walk away and around the corner, I heard them starting a car and putting it into gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then, a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then, all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped me a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just gonna keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an endpoint? There's gotta be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place and this time. And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all the previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner and come back." We had a volunteer for that, a large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "Hey, there's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open. There's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly, the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds, we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept calling the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road, a woman with blue-colored hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognized her. She'd been the first one to leave, and the one who went to get the allergy medication. "She came back," I said. "You sure?" Rodney asked. "You sure that's her?" "I'm positive," I said. "Same clothes and everything." She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy. like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. "I heard there was trouble," she said. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing happened," she insisted. "The pills made me sleepy, so I just went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on." I wasn't buying it, and by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all. But maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face was burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. "I'm scared, okay?" she cried. "I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home." She was assured and hugged and led by the hand. And slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. "No patrols," he said. "They've missed it 2 times. You think we can go?" I asked. "No," he said. "Something's up." He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who had been walking their dog. Except now, they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined in, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. "They've fanned us out," he whispered. "They outnumber us." "What the fuck do we do?" I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment. The dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6'7". One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who had gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line, just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building. and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatchers left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got 'em all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashioned beard, simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand, not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared. And when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked at us. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea, some brilliant last-minute monologue, something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need, we're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin, some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers, bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said, "you can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back, and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms. And all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 6 or 3. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine, healthy even, but there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home eventually, and from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. I just went home, he said. I'm fine. We should hang out sometime. I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after this all went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. Sorry for the inconvenience. It read, there were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, hey, look, it really happened. There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently. And maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what?